Chapter 1784. Outside the sacred medicine realm. A good-looking battleship slowly sailed over. Young Master. In the cockpit, an old man who looked like a butler smiled and said, "With Senior Shang accompanying us this time, we will definitely gain a lot." Of course. The young man sitting on the captain's chair smiled. His name was Qin Jinxiao. He was the young master of the Qin clan from the Ashen Cloud dimension. The Qin clan operated many businesses, and one of them was related to medicinal herbs. Hence, he had sailed this luxurious battleship to the sacred medicine realm to obtain the medicinal herbs he needed. He had been here many times before. Although he had gained something, he had been tortured by the thunder clouds and medicinal beasts. In the end, the gains did not make up for the losses. It was different this time. Because he had hired a powerful cultivator. "Don't worry, young Master Chen." A burly middle-aged man standing at the side said, "With me accompanying you, you can take whatever treasures you want in the sacred medicine realm." He was the powerful cultivator he had hired. His name was Shang Zhongho. Although he looked calm, there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. The aura he exuded was dense. It was obvious that his strength was extraordinary. "Then, I will rely on Senior Shang," Qin Jinxiao said. "Young Master." The butler shouted, "We are almost at the 9 thunderclouds." Qin Jinxiao looked up and saw the thunderclouds drifting in the universe. Anger appeared between his brows. Every time he went to the sacred medicine realm, he would inevitably have to pass through it. His subordinates and battleships would either die tragically or be directly destroyed. The losses it brought were immeasurable. "Young Master Chen, please open the cabin," Shang Zhongho said. "I will go and meet the thunderclouds." "Senior Shang, please be careful." Qin Jinxiao ordered his subordinates to open the cabin. Swish! Shang Zhongho flew out from the cabin and stood on the bow of the ship. His hands were behind his back, and his chest was puffed out. His aura was quite strong. Boom! Boom! The battleship sailed in, and lightning burst out. Swish! Shang Zhongho raised his right hand and used his finger to block the lightning, instantly breaking it. Impressive! Qin Jinxiao and the butler clapped and praised. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder and lightning burst out crazily. Shang Zhongho broke it with his finger. The whole process was simple and calm, fully displaying the demeanor of a powerful cultivator. Qin Jinxiao smiled. As expected of a powerful cultivator who had spent a lot of money. With his protection, the medicinal herbs in the sacred medicine realm could be obtained. And those medicinal beasts. As long as he caught a few of them and brought them back to the clan, they would be able to produce unique natural treasures every once in a while. Young Master. Just as he was immersed in his wonderful fantasy, the butler said, "We've passed through the thunderclouds." At this moment, Shang Zhongho had already returned. He shook his head and said, "I've heard that there's a 9-horned thundercloud dragon in the 9-fold thundercloud layer. Why haven't I seen it? I've come to the sacred medicine realm more than 100 times, but I've only seen it once, and I almost lost my life there. That's why such a life-bound beast is hard to come by," said Qin Jinxiao. Thinking back to the time when he encountered the 9-horned thundercloud beast, if it wasn't for his subordinates risking their lives to protect him, he would probably be dead by now. "Senior Shang," Qin Jinxiao said with a serious expression, "although we have safely passed through the thunder clouds, the medicinal beasts in the sacred medicine realm are extremely powerful. You must be serious after entering. Especially that rainbow butterfly beast. When it flaps its wings, it produces an extremely strong poison. As long as it comes into contact with the skin, it will rapidly rot and even spread throughout the body." "It's all right," Shang Zhongho said, "I am already immune to poison. There's also a bug beast with eyes all over its body. Don't make eye contact with it, or you will be easily controlled. It's all right." Shang Zhongho said calmly. This person's tone was filled with pride, but it didn't make one feel that he was being pretentious. That was because he could withstand the lightning so easily proved that he was truly capable. If there are great gains this time, I will definitely give Senior Shang another generous gift, said Chen Jinxiao with cupped fists. Swish! The battleship cut through the void and merged into the sacred medicine realm. Because he had been here too many times, Chen Jinxiao was not in the mood to admire the scenery. After landing, he immediately ordered his subordinates to leave as quickly as possible. Boom! Boom! At that moment, an explosion came from afar. What's going on? Chen Jinxiao looked over in shock and saw the huge bug beast with many eyes and many medicinal herbs lying on the ground. Its eyes were filled with depression, and it was crying non-stop. Senior brother. Li Fei jumped on him and shouted, I defeated this guy. The medicinal beast he dealt with was called the hundred-eyed soul-enchanting bug. Anyone who made eye contact with its eyes would be eroded by some kind of power and become a puppet under its control. Xiao Ziji and the others were caught off guard. Although they relied on their powerful mental cultivation method to stabilize their minds, they were all sitting cross-legged on the ground. However, only Li Fei was not disturbed. You look at me. Alright, I'll look at you too. One man and one bug looked at each other. In the end, the more the hundred-eyed soul-enchanting bug looked at him, the more upset it felt. It even had the mentality of, I'm so ugly, why should I live in this world? He could control living beings with his eyes. Li Fei could control emotions with his eyes, causing the target to have a strong sense of disgust. This was the body of depression. This kind of physique could not be used in actual combat, but it often had a miraculous effect on beasts with low intelligence, such as the white-eyed soul-enchanting bug in front of him. Swish! Li Fei took out a rope and tied up this large caterpillar like a dumpling. Then, he dragged it step by step to the area where Eternal Ship was. Chen Jinxiao saw the whole process and his expression was completely dull. He did not expect that there would be people in the sacred medicine realm, and he did not expect the hundred-eyed soul-enchanting bug to be captured. Patriarch! At this time, a shout came from the sky, all the medicinal beasts in the east have been caught. Swish! Swish! Diablo flew over one by one. They were either carrying medicinal beasts on their shoulders or hanging them with ropes. They were all transported over one by one. Young master, the butler's voice sounded in his ears, look at your feet. Chen Jinxiao lowered his head and realized that the area where he landed all year round had no medicinal herbs, no plants, and only bare soil. From the messy scene, it was obvious that they had all been taken away. Whoosh! At this time, the sky suddenly darkened. Chen Jinxiao and the butler looked up and saw a huge demon beast covered in thorns slowly flying over with a piece of land on its head. That's right. It was a large piece of land with many heaven and earth treasures planted on it. Master! Page shouted, I found another medicinal field suitable for transplanting. The corner of Chen Jinxiao's mouth twitched, and he howled in his heart, are they moving? Only the tip of the iceberg. From afar, every corner of the sacred medicine world was bare and dented. Heaven and earth treasures, medicinal herbs, seedlings, and even the special soil used for planting had all been dug away. 360 medicinal beasts, 120 medicinal fields, 2,600,000 medicinal sprouts, heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Young Master Yuan sat on the table in front of the Eternal Ship and took notes while muttering. Where was Go Sheng? He was lying on a rocking chair in the distance, wearing dazzling sunglasses and enjoying the sunlight. At the same time, he did not forget to say, babies, time is money. Don't waste a minute and a second. Yes. All of the disciples worked even harder. That's right. The sect of all times was moving. Moving everything that could be used in the sacred medicine world to the eternal world. Stop. At this time, a loud voice resounded through the sky. Jun Changshao pulled down his dazzling sunglasses with his fingers and looked at the middle-aged man standing in the sky. The disciples of the sect of all times who were busy killing medicinal beasts and collecting medicinal herbs and seedlings all stopped and looked over from all directions. Everyone. Shang Zhongho, who was floating in the sky, said calmly, "Put down what you shouldn't have." "Why?" "Because I booked the whole place." Gosheng laughed out loud. The higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times shook their heads and continued to busy themselves. Shang Zhongho's face darkened. Clap. 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 At this time, Chen Jinxiao clapped his hands and walked over, saying, "This is the first time I've seen someone who dares to look down on Aurora Lingxiao." "Who are you?" Jun Changshao asked. "Heaven Crossing Realm, Chen family's direct descendant." When Chen Jinxiao introduced himself, his arrogance was even stronger than Shang Zhongho's. "Oh." Jun Changshao got up from the reclining chair and put it on his shoulder. He had a weed in his mouth, and his shoulder and right leg shook frequently. He said, "What do you want?" He looked no different from a street gangster. "It's very simple." Shang Zhongho landed and said calmly, "Take your people and get out of the sacred medicine realm. Don't be in such a hurry." Jun Changshao said, "Once we're done, we'll leave immediately." After he finished speaking, he turned around and clapped his hands. "Darlings, someone is urging you to hurry up. Hurry up." Whoosh! A stream of light suddenly attacked. The weed in Jun Changxiao's mouth was directly cut off. Shang Zhongho retracted his finger and said coldly, "Don't like to waste time." Bah! Jun Changxiao spat out the weed in his mouth, turned his face, took off his sunglasses, and said with a cold gaze, "You want to fight?" Chapter 1785. Jun Changshao, who came to the sacred medicine realm, only wanted to take what he needed. Therefore, he ordered his disciples to get busy. However, he needed too many things, such as herbs, seedlings, beasts, and fields. If he wanted to take all of them, he would have to empty the entire sacred medicine realm. Shang Zhongho was unhappy. He finally got a big order to help the Chen family's young master obtain all kinds of resources. However, he encountered a group of people who looked like bandits. He had to stop them. To put it bluntly, if Jun Changshao only took a few things, he could pretend that he didn't see anything. However, if he took the land and prevented the employer from making profits, he definitely couldn't accept it. Therefore, Shang Zhongho made a move. A beam of light flew out and cut off the weed in Jun Changxiao's mouth. This was a warning to the other party. If he didn't cooperate, his head would be broken next. If it was someone else, they would definitely be shocked by the superb beam of light just now. They might even be scared and run away. However, the person involved was Jun Changshao. Who was he? A protagonist who was suspected to have bad morals and was also suspected to be a eunuch. There was no smoke without fire. Since he was labeled as such, it meant that there was definitely something wrong with this person. Usually, he would go to extremes because of his perverted and twisted mentality. Provoke him? Wasn't that just courting death? In the early stage, Jun Changshao was courting death in all kinds of ways. In the later stage, Jun Changshao was courting death in the eyes of the readers. "Humph," the butler walked over and said coldly, "Senior Shang is already very kind. Hurry up and get lost." "Who are you?" Jun Changshao looked over with a gloomy face. "Chen family. Butler of Internal Affairs, bam. Bam." As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Changshao suddenly appeared in front of him. He picked up the recliner and smashed it. He scolded while smashing, "What's a butler like you doing? Impudent." Shang Zhongho's eyes turned cold. Several beams of light shot out. Jun Changshao turned around and placed the recliner in front of him. Bam! 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 The powerful beams of light blasted on the recliner and forced him to take a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, he grinned and said, "No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have some ability." Shang Zhonghe was stunned. This seemingly ordinary recliner could actually withstand his aurora finger. This. Could it be a supreme treasure? In fact, the reclining chair was very ordinary. Hall Master Fan had made it for the Patriarch when he had nothing better to do. The reason why Jun Changshao was able to withstand such a powerful force was because he had used his true spirit energy to support it. With his current strength, even a brick could be used as a weapon. Especially at the edges, it could even cause several times the damage. Brat! Hitting me is the same as hitting the Qin family. You're finished. The butler, whose head was covered in blood, staggered back and roared. Chen Jinxiao frowned, displeasure appearing on his face. I've already announced my name, but this guy actually dares to make the first move. He really doesn't put my Qin clan in his eyes. Senior Shang. Chen Jinxiao said, I'll leave these people to you. He did not like to waste time either. After all, the medicinal qi of the sacred medicine realm was too strong. He would have to pay the price if he stayed for even a minute longer. He had to quickly obtain the medicinal ingredients he needed and leave this place. Young Master Chen, you can go pick the herbs in peace, Shang Zhonghe said. I will deal with them. Jun Changshao was speechless. So, they were also here to pick herbs. I'll pick mine, and you'll pick yours. Isn't it good for everyone to live in peace? Why must you chase them away and monopolize the sacred land of medicinal ingredients? Is there any meaning in that? Bah! The system said, is that considered digging? You're almost taking the sacred medicine realm away. I'm taking it based on my ability. Is there anything wrong with that? The system was speechless. Don't blame Jun Changshao for going overboard with his words. In truth, if anyone had an independent plane, they would have the thought of taking the sacred medicine realm away. For example, Chen Jinxiao. Every time he came to the sacred medicine realm, he would return with a bountiful harvest. He even regretted that his battleship's capacity was too small. Hence, this time, he invited an elite and specially drove a high-level battleship over. He wanted to take as much as he could. If he could fit a plane, that would be the best. Since there were natural treasures in a plane that was not suitable for living beings to live in, naturally, those with the ability would take more, and those who were not would take less. This was still considered good. Even if something had an owner, as long as it was targeted, people would use all means to snatch it. Kid. Shang Zhonghe raised his finger, and light gradually gathered. He said, I'll count to 3. Hurry up and get out of the sacred medicine realm. Otherwise, sigh. Jun Changshao sighed. He slowly raised his hand. Shang Zhonghe said, a wise man submits to circumstances. You can still be saved. Don't misunderstand. Jun Changshao raised his hand and said, I'm not surrendering. He waved his hands and said, come over, all of you come over. Boom! Boom! The disciples of the sect of all times gathered in the sacred medicine realm either put down the medicinal beasts on their backs or the medicinal herbs in their hands and flew over at their fastest speed. Then, they gathered near the eternal ship and surrounded Shang Zhonghe, Chen Jinxiao, and the others. What? You want to outnumber me? Shang Zhonghe was disdainful. Ha ha ha. The butler laughed loudly and said, Senior Shang is famous in the heaven-crossing world for being good at outnumbering many. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals are not enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. Shang Zhonghe's face was filled with pride. What the butler said was the truth. It was precisely because of this that Chen Jinxiao hired him. After all, there were too many medicinal beasts in the sacred medicine realm. They needed this kind of powerhouse. Since that's the case, Jun Changshao said, then I'll give you respect. Clap. 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 He clapped his hands continuously. With each beat, tens of thousands of people would appear out of thin air. In the end, 100,000 disciples, tens of thousands of mechas, elders, protectors, and hall masters were all present. Whoosh! 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 An explosive aura spread and enveloped the sacred medicine realm. The smiles on Qin Jinxiao and the butlers' faces completely froze. Especially when they felt the explosive realm energy waves, their scalps went numb. Swish! At this moment, Jun Changshao sat on the chair prepared by Xiao Ziji. He clasped his hands together and rested his chin on them. He smiled and said, "Are you challenging my sect alone? Or will my sect challenge you to a duel?" The corner of Shang Zhongho's mouth twitched. If there were only 100,000 disciples, he might not care about them. However, there were many higher-ups and even core disciples among them. All of them were glaring at him, making him feel as if he had fallen into a tiger's den. Not talking. Jun Chang smiled and said, "Then you can challenge my sect alone. Go." Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the densely packed heaven-crossing palm prints pressed down. The number was already indescribable. The scene of them fighting with numbers was also indescribable. The sect of all times's battle prowess was simply too strong. However, Shang Zhongho was also experienced in the battlefield. Facing the palm prints pressing down, he did not panic and spread out his 10 fingers. The power of Aurora gathered and instantly shot out dozens of finger lights. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon? Jun Changshao said indifferently. Ryu Sinan, Gong Sun Ho, and the other higher-ups raised their right hands one after another. Colorful beams of light shot out. This was the 7 profound light break. Swish! Swish! Streams of colorful light pierced through the heaven-crossing palm prints and blasted over at extremely tricky angles. Shang Zhongho's aurora finger condensed energy to form a small beam of light. The sect of all time's 7 profound light break was also a condensed beam of light. However, not only was it stronger, it was also thicker and more powerful than the former. Not good. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 All kinds of light beams bombarded, all kinds of palm prints suppressed. Qin Jinxiao, the butler, and the others were so shocked that they fled towards the warship. Occasionally, they would look back and see more than 100,000 people suspended in mid-air, condensing all kinds of power to bombard an area. If Shang Zhongho was compared to a special forces soldier with an AK-47, he was currently surrounded by 100,000 soldiers. What was worse was that they were using machine guns, heavy machine guns, and rocket launchers to bombard him. Just imagine. Who could stand it? Therefore, when Jun Changshao raised his hand, when the sect of all time's disciples stopped firing and retracted their guns, the arrogant Aurora Lingxia was sunken into a deep pit. His entire body was charred black, and his mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted as he foamed at the mouth. Jun Changshao shook his head and looked at the terrified Qin Jinxiao, the butler, and the others in the distance. He said disappointedly, "Is this what you mean by few fighting against many? Big brother. You have too many, too many." Chapter 1786. The Aurora spirit hero was not weak. He was considered one of the top half-step divination realms. In the crossing heaven world, he often fought with others and was especially good at fighting with fewer people. It was rumored that he fought against more than 100,000 beasts alone. It was because of this that Qin Jinxiao spent a lot of money to hire him, hoping to protect his safety in the sacred medicine world. It could be seen that Shang Zhonghe was the real deal from the 9-layered thundercloud layer. However, an expert who was best at fighting with fewer people just had to meet the Sect of all times, who was good at fighting with more people. In the end, he was beaten until he fainted. 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. Not to mention, there were countless hands. The most fatal thing was that the Sect of all times was very strong as a whole. Although only Jun Changshao and Li Qingyang were half-step divination realms, peak truth-seeking realms like Ryu Sinan and Gong Sun Ho had been cultivating in their sects all year round. Their combat power might not be inferior to half-step divination realms. If Shang Zhonghe fought one-on-one, he might have a chance. However, if he was surrounded by the Sect of all times, he would definitely be beaten up. Come here, come here. Jun Changshao waved at Qin Jinxiao. It could be seen that the other party was a young master of an aristocratic family. The guy who was killed was probably a helper he had invited. Qin Jinxiao's legs trembled. Especially when he thought of that group of people who were like demons, gathering power in the sky and bombarding crazily. Cold sweat broke out on his spine. Come. Whoosh. Whoosh. Powerful true spirit energy turned into a huge hand and pulled Qin Jinxiao over. I'm here to dig for materials. Jun Changshao pressed his forehead against his head and said eerily, do you have a problem with that? This expression and voice almost scared Qin Jinxiao out of his wits. He tried to control his emotions and said with a trembling voice, no. No problem, kid. The butler shouted, You dare to hurt young master, the Qin family will not let you off. Qin Jinxiao almost cursed out loud. Can't you see that I'm being held hostage? This guy actually dared to say such harsh words. If he angered the other party, he would be the one who would die, not him. Heh. Jun Changshao said, you keep mentioning the Qin clan. Is this clan very strong? The Qin family was not strong. They were just a family that ran various businesses. It was because of this that they had many connections in the crossing heaven world. Friend. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. There's no deep hatred between us. Why don't we turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk? Qin Jinxiao said. That makes sense. Jun Changshao pondered for a moment and said, take out the jade silk and I'll let you go. Jade silk. It generally referred to wealth. To put it bluntly, it was spending money to avoid disaster. In this aspect, Jun Changshao was quite familiar with it. Furthermore, he had never killed anyone after paying them. He was truly a trustworthy veteran. Take it. I'll take it. Qin Jinxiao understood what he meant. He hurriedly took out his spatial ring and said, there are 1,000,000 high-grade heaven crossing stones here. The hired helper was lying on the ground twitching. Whether or not he could survive depended on the amount of jade and silk. Heaven crossing stones. Jun Changshao took it and infused his spiritual thoughts into it. He found that there were many crystal-clear spirit stones inside. The attributes of heaven and earth were not inferior to the first-class spirit stones in the eternal world. Since it can produce spirit stones of this level, the crossing heaven world mentioned just now is probably not weaker than the former Xianyuan world. Thinking of this, Jun Changshao asked, what level is the crossing heaven world? 1, first class. Sure enough. The strength of spirit stones determined the level of a plane. Jun Changshao was not surprised. Instead, he was full of expectations. Since leaving the upper world, he had not been to a first-class plane. He could go and see it. Where is the crossing heaven world? Jun Changshao immediately denied, forget it. Show me the way later. He let go of his hand and said, babies, let's get to work. Yes. The disciples continued to work. One by one, the medicinal beasts were subdued. One by one, the medicinal fields were mined. One by one, the treasures of heaven and earth were dug out. Chen Jinxiao and the steward squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. They used their spiritual thoughts to spy on the potholes nearby. They all thought to themselves, they're a group of robbers. Half a month later, the originally lush sacred medicine world became barren. Except for a few young medicinal herbs that survived, the rest of the treasures of heaven and earth were all taken into the eternal world. Of course, Jun Changshao did not dig out all of them. Before leaving, he ordered the disciples to bury some of the medicinal herb seeds in the soil. Although almost 80% of the treasures of heaven and earth had disappeared, there was still a large amount of medicinal energy in the sacred medicine world. Over time, the seeds would grow again. As for whether it would be as prosperous as before, it was hard to say. Sigh. Destroying the world tirelessly. Just as Little Du was crazily condemning Go Sheng's unscrupulous behavior, a few battleships slowly flew in after the eternal ship left. There were obvious traces of lightning bombardment on the hull. It was obvious that they were not struck by lightning when they came in. Ka. The cabin door slowly opened. A group of martial artists walked out. There were adult men and women, young children, and the old, weak, sick, and disabled. They looked like refugees. Patriarch. Someone shouted excitedly, "This place is suitable for living." The patriarch said, "From today onwards, our clan will settle down here." Yes. Everyone got busy. In a short period of time, they built a small city for living. Then, they continued to expand to other barren areas. As Jun Changshao had plucked a large amount of heaven and earth treasures, the medicinal energy inside had decreased significantly. It was suitable for living beings to live in. Coincidentally, there were fleeing battleships that flew in. Hence, they settled down here naturally. In the future, it would gradually grow and even reach its peak. It would become one of the planes that could not be ignored in the gray cloud system. In conclusion, Jun Changshao had done another good deed. Because of today's plundering, he would even create a powerful plane in the future. This was a story for later. It would not be mentioned in the future. Thank you, little friend. The old man who led the way previously landed on the residential plane and cupped his hands in gratitude. He had brought Jun Changshao to the sacred medicine world in hopes of obtaining a certain medicinal herb. Now that he had gotten what he wanted, he naturally had to get off the ship. "You are welcome," Jun Changshao said. After that, he turned and returned to the eternal ship. "Little friend." The old man called out to him with a solemn expression. The Heaven Crossing world is one of the top planes in the gray cloud system. You must be careful. He did not know about the Chen family, but he knew that people from the Heaven Crossing world were not to be trifled with. Now that Jun Changshao had kidnapped a young master and was taking the initiative to go to the Heaven Crossing world, such behavior was no different from walking into a trap. Okay. Jun Changshao responded and returned to the eternal ship. Whoosh, the battleship flew out of the space barrier and merged into the endless universe. Under Chen Jinxiao's guidance, it headed toward the first-class Heaven Crossing world. It was quite far. It took half a month to reach it. So big. When it was about to merge into the space barrier, the disciples of the Sect of all times stood in front of the window and looked at the plane that seemed to be shrouded in holy light. Their eyes were filled with surprise. In fact, the eternal world was not small, but they had never seen it as a whole. Whoosh! After passing through the space barrier, the eternal ship docked in an empty space in the Heaven Crossing world. Jun Changshao walked out and felt the heaven and earth attributes that greeted him. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. As expected of a first-class plane. Father. At this time, Chen Jinxiao rushed out of the eternal ship and took out something that looked like a jade slip. He cried out in tears. "Come and save me." Jun Changshao was speechless. He had been eating and drinking well and taking care of him all the way. Did he have to get off the ship and ask for help? Chapter 1787. Jun Changshao was very professional. After taking Chen Jinxiao's money, he naturally wouldn't make things difficult for him. He even took good care of him along the way. And the result? That guy ran out and screamed for help. If he didn't explain it clearly, others would think that he was abusing him. Kid! The housekeeper also ran out of Eternal and said angrily, "You're dead today." On the way, he was like a coward. Now that he was in his own territory, he could finally be unbridled. He believed that the family would come immediately if the young master asked for help. Jun Changshao shook his head. The Qin family's young master and housekeeper were a little anxious. If he really wanted to kill them, he could easily kill them now. Whoosh! All of a sudden, powerful auras gushed over from afar as several experts flew over, hovering above the eternal ship in the blink of an eye. Second uncle. Chen Jinxiao saw this and cried, "Save me." There were a total of 4 experts in the air. The leader was a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. His hair was white but his eyes were as sharp as swords. "You're here already?" Jun Changshao was a little surprised. From the time he asked for help until now, it had been at most a minute. Speed was really important in war. Xiao, Chen Yinjia frowned and said, "What's going on?" Second elder. The housekeeper pointed at Jun Changshao and said angrily, "The young master and I went to the Saint Medicine World to pick herbs and were kidnapped by this guy. He even extorted millions of crossing heaven stones." Hey. Jun Changshao said unhappily, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." He didn't think that he was being kidnapped or extorted. It was because they attacked first and couldn't beat him that he chose to turn hostility into friendship. "How dare you blackmail my Qin family?" Chen Yinjia said angrily, "You have guts." "It's okay." Jun Changshao was too lazy to explain. In fact, in this situation, no matter how he explained, it was useless. The only way to solve the problem was to fight. Chen Yinjia and the other powerhouses of the Qin family thought so too. Knowing that their direct descendant had been kidnapped and blackmailed, the aura around them became even more intense. It was obvious that they were ready to take action at any time. "Brat!" the butler said fiercely, "Just wait for your death." It was undeniable that the scene of more than 100,000 people ganging up on Shang Zhongho in the sacred medicine realm was too terrifying. However, Shang Zhongho was only one person after all. Right now, he was in his own territory, and just the Qin clan's forces alone were not few. How could they be afraid of him? Swish! Swish! At this time, even more Qin family members flew over. Their numbers gradually increased from a few hundred to a few thousand. Although the Qin family mainly ran businesses in the crossing heaven world, they were still considered a prestigious family. They definitely had their own armed forces. "Brother Chen. What happened?" The gathering of so many people alarmed many experts who were passing by. Knowing that a direct descendant of the Qin family had been kidnapped and blackmailed, they all stood up and looked at Jun Changshao with hostility. "This guy looks a little unfamiliar. Judging from their strange attire, they are definitely not from my heaven crossing realm. How dare you come after kidnapping young Master Chen? You've got guts. Don't even think about going out." At this time, the heaven crossing realm warriors united and saw Jun Changshao as an enemy. The most shocking thing was that many people were transmitting their voices. More and more experts flew over from all directions. They were not here to watch the show, but to help. Go Shing was speechless. "Fine, even if I kidnapped and blackmailed, it was only with the Qin family. Why are you passers-by making such a ruckus?" "Patriarch." Li Qingyang transmitted his voice, "The situation is not good." At this time, there were already tens of thousands of martial artists gathered above Eternal. Many more were rushing over after hearing the news. If they were not stopped, half of the crossing heaven world would be attracted. Chen Nianjia stood in midair. Although he was releasing his aura, he did not make a move. There was even a trace of pride on his face. Kid. Did you see that? This is my network. Even if I don't deliberately summon them, many martial artists will come to help. Swish. Swish. More and more martial artists flew over. They were not weak in terms of strength. They were at least at the truth-seeking realm, and there were even some at the half-step divination realm. In the first 2 chapters, Jun Changshao had explained what it meant for a sect to fight a person alone. Now, he had explained what it meant for a sect to fight a plane. Let's retreat. Ryu Sinan frowned. There were too many experts coming to help, especially those at the half-step divination realm. Just this force alone was difficult for the sect of all times to contend with. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, a monstrous wave of qi came pressing down. Jun Changxiao's heart was in turmoil. He hurriedly looked up and saw a white-haired old man standing on a mountain peak. Although his eyes were turbid, he seemed to be able to see through his heart. Patriarch Qiling. Why is he here too? Oh my God, this is an expert of the older generation. He's elusive. The Crossing Heaven World Warriors exclaimed. Chen family. Patriarch Qiling, who was standing on the mountain peak, spoke. His voice seemed to contain some kind of power, causing the space to tremble. Could it be, Jun Changxiao's expression was abnormally solemn, divination realm? That's right. The system said, he's a genuine divination realm warrior. As expected of a first-class plane. Jun Changxiao was secretly speechless. Other than Gu Tianxing and the Mountain and Sea Realm Lord, this was the first time he had encountered a true divination realm expert. Whether it was his expression or aura, he was definitely not someone he could compare to. Back then, when I was wandering the 4 seas, I had interacted with the ancestor of the Chen family. Now that his descendants are in trouble, I naturally won't stand by and do nothing, Patriarch Qiling said after understanding the situation. Jun Changxiao broke down, it's over. If it was just a few dozen half-step divination realm experts and tens of thousands of truth-seeking realm experts, he was confident that he could fight them. If it really didn't work, he would use all kinds of trump cards. Now that a divination realm expert was involved, the problem was huge. If only he had known. He shouldn't have come. Jun Changxiao regretted it, but there was no medicine for regret. At this moment, even if he wanted to leave, it would be difficult because he was surrounded by Crossing Heaven World Warriors. Thank you, Senior. Chen Nianjia cupped his hands, and the pride on his face was even stronger. Even the top experts of the Crossing Heaven World came to support him. He definitely had a lot of face. Kid. I really have to thank you. You've made my Chen family proud in front of all the warriors. Patriarch Qiling looked at Jun Changxiao and said, are you going to surrender, or do you want me to do it? It's a misunderstanding. Jun Changxiao said, this is a misunderstanding. He was terrified. Chen Jinxiao roared, why didn't I hear you say it was a misunderstanding when you extorted money from me? With his family, various warriors, and top experts here, he finally became bold. The anger in his eyes seemed to be able to burn everything into nothingness. Sigh. Jun Changxiao sighed helplessly. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually panicking inside. He was considering whether to use his final trump card to take the battleship and his disciples into the eternal world at lightning speed. Whoosh! Just as Jun Changxiao was thinking, Patriarch Qiling waved his hand, and a powerful heaven and earth attribute condensed into a palm print. He said, I'm in a hurry. Although the palm print did not press down, the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Not only did it shock all the experts, but it also shocked Jun Changxiao. He howled in his heart, I'm afraid it's too late. It's over. With Patriarch Qiling personally taking action, it'll be a piece of cake. Poor guy, don't you know where this is? How dare you come in so openly after robbing someone? Whoosh! Whoosh! The powerful palm pressed down. However, just as it was about to grab Jun Changshao, it suddenly stopped. Patriarch Qiling looked up and frowned slightly. Whoosh! At this moment, two streamers passed through the space barrier in an absolutely domineering way and floated in the sky of the crossing heaven world. A trace of fear appeared in Patriarch Qiling's eyes. He said, Gu Tianqing. Chapter 1788. When Ancestor Qiling condensed a huge hand and pressed it down, Jun Changxiao's expression was serious, and he was even prepared to use all sorts of trump cards, to escape. But at the critical moment, the other party suddenly stopped. Fortunately, Jun Changxiao was a bit slower, otherwise, he would have been tricked into exploding. Gu Tianqing. A trace of fear appeared in Ancestor Qiling's eyes as he looked at the two streams of light that suddenly flew out from the spatial barrier. Uncle Gu is here. Jun Changxiao hurriedly raised his head. Sure enough, after the aura in the sky gradually faded, Gu Tianqing and his wife stood side by side. When they were in the mountain and sea realm, the two of them were like an honest country couple. Now that they were standing in the crossing heaven realm, their aura was like that of gods. Brother. Jun Changxiao sent a sound transmission, did you pinch the heavenly star token? No. Gu Zhaoxi was at a loss. Just now, he did have the thought of pinching the heavenly star token, but even if he did, his father wouldn't be able to fly over from the blue cloud system so quickly. Troublesome. Jun Changxiao felt that something was wrong, and thought to himself, Uncle Gu can't be here to look for me, right? At this critical moment, a powerful and familiar expert had appeared. This should have made Goxing feel at ease, but in fact, he didn't have the face to see Gu Tianqing. Firstly, he had stolen too many secret manuals. Secondly, he had abducted his son and daughter-in-law. Jun Changxiao raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead, and said pessimistically, I feel like I'm going to be tortured today. Schwa. At this moment, Gu Tianqing turned his head and stared at him coldly. The anger on his face was obvious. Jun Changxiao's spine broke out in cold sweat. Uncle. I'm innocent. Just as Goxing was about to explain, Gu Tianqing sent a sound transmission, stinking brat, I'll deal with you for stealing my medicinal herbs later. Jun Changxiao's expression was wonderful. Your son took the medicinal herbs, how could you blame me? Greetings, Alliance Leader Gu. At this time, all the cultivators came back to their senses and bowed respectfully. At that very moment, the shock in everyone's eyes was even greater than when the Qiling Patriarch had appeared. That was because the latter was merely a pinnacle champion, while Gu Tianqing was the leader of the League of Stars and Seas. League of Stars and Seas. An ancient organization that had existed for a long time. If one were to describe his status in the crossing heaven world, it would be that he was above all the major forces and was a transcendent existence. The previous leaders of the League of Stars and Seas were all respected by the world as the strongest. They could even be considered as the realm master of the crossing heaven realm. Brother. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, your father is a bit awesome. Of course. Gu Zhaoxi didn't know about his father's situation, but when he saw the heaven-crossing world's strong martial artists bowing to him, he felt like he was on cloud 9. His shoulders and legs couldn't help but tremble. What's going on? Gu Tianqing looked at the various forces gathered in the sky above Eternal. His voice was filled with majesty. He no longer looked like the honest person from before. The domineering aura of someone who had been in power for a long time was released. Alliance Leader Gu. Chen Nianjia pointed at Jun Changxiao and said, this thief kidnapped and blackmailed our direct descendant. He was so proactive because he hoped that Alliance Leader Gu could stand up for the direct descendant. This way, the family would be even more proud when the news spread to the crossing heaven world. Bullshit. Gu Zhaoxi roared, you were the ones who started it. Just now, he hid in Eternal and didn't come out. Now that his father had appeared, he had no scruples, just like Qin Jinxiao from before. Second Elder. The butler pointed at Gu Zhaoxi and said angrily, and this little bastard, he punched and kicked us along the way. Gu Tianqing's face fell. Chen Yanjia saw this and was delighted. Is Alliance leader Gu going to stand up for our Chen family? That's one thing. Gu Zhaoxi tilted his head and pointed at the butler, his eyes cold. Don't scold me. So what if I scold you? Little bastard, little bastard. The butler scolded repeatedly. There were people from the family, experts from various forces, and even the League of Stars and Seas Alliance leader was here. How could they be afraid of a group of outsiders? Father. At this moment, Gu Zhaoxi shouted. Tisk. Chen Jinxiao sneered, it's useless for you to call me grandfather now. Gu Zhaoxi ignored him and looked at Gu Tianqing. He said the latter half of his words with an aggrieved expression, someone called me a little bastard. Aren't you an old bastard? At this moment, everyone realized that the other party was calling Alliance leader Gu father. They almost couldn't help but laugh. The Gu couple had wanted a child for tens of thousands of years, but their wish never came true. Everyone knew that he dared to pretend to be their son in broad daylight. Ha ha ha. The butler laughed, little bastard, if you're Alliance leader Gu's son, then I'm his grandson. That's right. At this moment, Gu Tianqing, who had been pulling a long face, opened his mouth, he's my son. G.A. The butler's smile froze. The heaven-crossing world experts present were all dumbfounded. Did they hear wrongly? Alliance leader Gu said that this child was his son. Because he was of the same generation as Gu Tianqing, old ancestor Qiling said in shock, aren't you sick? How can you have a son? You're the one who's sick. Gu Tianqing roared. Swish. Mother Gu, who had been silent all this time, flew down and landed beside Gu Zhaoxi. She tapped his head with her finger and scolded softly, it's not like mother forbade you from going out. Why did you sneak out? The motherly love and doting in Mother Gu's eyes were very strong, so all the martial artists were sure that this was definitely the Gu couple's son. Swish. Gu Tianqing also landed. He looked coldly at the butler who was clamoring just now and said indifferently, are you worthy of being my grandson? Plop. The butler's legs went soft as he collapsed to the ground. It didn't matter if he was a grandson or not. The important thing was that he had just scolded the little bastard, and he was afraid that the other party couldn't hear him, so he repeated it several times. Dog! How can a servant like you humiliate the son of Alliance leader Gu? Clang! Poochie! Chen Yanjia decisively took out his long sword and directly chopped off the butler's head. He cupped his hands and said, Alliance leader Gu, my Chen family has not taught him well. Please forgive me. As he spoke, his hands were trembling and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. The fear in his heart had reached its peak. It didn't matter if a butler died. However, if he offended Alliance leader Gu because of him, the entire family would be gone. Don't do it again. Gu Tianqing said. Yes, yes. Chen Yanjia hurriedly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and thought to himself, I was almost killed by that guy. Gu Tianqing turned around and said, where were we at? Uncle Gu. Jun Changshao, who seemed to be invisible, finally spoke, they said that your nephew kidnapped and blackmailed their Chen family's direct descendant. No. No. Chen Yanjia hurriedly denied, misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Go Sheng was scared just now, and now he was scared. The two of them were faster than the other. Since it's a misunderstanding. Gu Tianqing said, hurry up and leave. Goodbye. Goodbye. Chen Yanjia hurriedly carried Chen Jinxiao, whose legs were also weak, and left with his family as fast as he could. They were still considered slow. In fact, after Gu Zhaoxi revealed his identity, many experts who came to help had already taken the opportunity to slip away. They kept praying along the way, "Alliance Leader Gu didn't see me, Alliance Leader Gu didn't see me. Forget it, forget it." Ancestor Qiling said, "This old man is going. I'll send you off." Bam! Ancestor Qiling did not expect Gu Tianqing to suddenly attack. He instantly turned into a meteor and flew out, not forgetting to roar, "What kind of hero are you to ambush someone when they're unprepared?" The situation of a plane besieging a sect was resolved after the Gu couple arrived. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for coming in time, uncle." "You." Gu Tianqing said, "Come with me." Cold sweat broke out on Jun Changshao's back. "Uncle, listen to me. Uncle, I definitely didn't steal the herbs. Uncle, boom boom boom. Boom boom boom." In the valley, Gu Tianqing seemed to be possessed by 8 gods as he unleashed a series of brutal attacks. After a while, Jun Changshao suddenly flew out and slammed his face into the camera, causing the reader's phone screen to crack into a spider web. Chapter 1789. Under the Setting Sun. Jun Changshao sat on a rock, his back view as lonely as it could get. Why didn't he show the front of the camera? He was afraid that he would scare everyone. At that time, Gu Tianqing had beaten him as ruthlessly as he had beaten Su Xiaomo. As the saying goes, the heavens will reincarnate, who will the heavens spare? Uncle. Covering his swollen face, Jun Changshao said in his heart, feeling wronged, "I really didn't steal your medicinal ingredients. All sorts of martial arts manuals were stolen." At that time, he didn't know about it, so there was nothing he could do. However, the medicinal ingredients were taken by Gu Zhaoxi, it had nothing to do with him. This was the only time he took the blame. Thinking about the old man in Taixien, thinking about Zhenren Tonggu. It was truly a case of every generation having a scapegoat, each leading the way for hundreds of years. "Brother." Gu Zhaoxi walked over and said apologetically, "I'm sorry." Jun Changshao shook his head, and said, "I'm afraid this is fate. I just heard from my father." Gu Zhaoxi sat down and said, "There is a transcendental organization in the crossing heaven realm called the League of Stars and Seas. My father is the 12th leader, and his position is not inferior to that of the master of a realm." Jun Changshao was expressionless, because his face was too swollen. Sigh. This guy was indeed born into a good family. "Brother." Jun Changshao said seriously, "Can your reincarnation spirit change owners? I don't want to fight anymore." Gu Tianqing was originally an expert of the Crossing Heaven realm, and from the name of the Crossing Heaven palm seal, he could understand. Thus, he did not deliberately chase after Go Sheng, but coincidentally met him. Speaking of which, why did he not live in seclusion anymore? Why did he return? It was mainly because he had been out for too long, so he specially came to visit his family and friends. League of Stars and Seas. Jun Changshao walked in under the lead of the Gu couple. As an existence that stood at the peak of the Crossing Heaven realm, its scale was truly incomparably luxurious. Go Sheng could be considered to have experienced great storms and waves, so no matter where he went, he would remain calm and even remain expressionless. However, Li Qingyang couldn't do it. When he stepped into the League of Stars and Seas and saw strange buildings, he would unconsciously stop and use his eyes and heart to feel every structure, silently memorizing it. Alliance Master. A middle-aged man with a majestic aura asked in surprise, "Your son is already so old?" There were also quite a number of elders beside him. Their gazes were sharp and their auras were extraordinary. It could be seen that they were all in the upper echelons and were all at the half-step heavenly secret realm. Therefore, the sect of all times wanted to change. The number of half-step heavenly secret realm experts was still increasing. Guwa. Gu Tianqing smiled and said, "This is your Uncle Peng, the deputy chief of the League of Stars and Seas. He's usually in charge of some of the League's internal affairs." Vice Alliance leader Peng had a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was roaring, "If you take your wife to live in seclusion, I'll take care of all the internal affairs of the Alliance." "Hello, Uncle Peng." Because he was only a few years old, Gu Zhaoxi had to pretend to be a sweet child. "Ha!" Vice Alliance leader Peng patted his little head and took out a treasure from his spatial ring, saying, "This is the first time we're meeting. Uncle didn't prepare anything, so I'll give this first-class spirit jade to you. A meeting gift couldn't be lacking." "Son," Gu Tianqing said, "your Uncle Peng's spirit jade is a soul treasure. Wearing it will increase the strength of one's soul over time. It can even help to resolve soul attacks. It's a rare treasure. Quickly accept it." "Thank you, Uncle Peng." Gu Zhaoxi hurriedly accepted it. Actually, the moment the other party took it out, he could feel that this item was extraordinary. "Nephew." At this time, a white-haired elder walked over and took out a wooden box, saying, "There's a 10,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng inside. Eating it directly can increase one's strength and can also be used to refine pills." Vice Alliance leader even gave it to him. As the great elder, he definitely couldn't lose his way. "Nephew, I have an extremely cold treasured blade here. It can cut through iron like mud. Nephew, I have a crimson scale dragon armor. Wearing it will make you impervious to fire and water." The higher-ups of the League of Stars and Seas all gave gifts to the Alliance leader's son for the first time. The grades and levels of the gifts were higher than the previous, and each gift was more precious than the previous one. Sigh. Jun Changshao, who was standing at the side of the hall, turned his head and secretly wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes, thinking to himself, "I'm so envious." Alliance leader. Vice Alliance leader Peng said, "This little friend is the patriarch of the sect of all times." Jun Changshao hurriedly introduced himself, "Jun Changshao. Sect of all times." This name was a little arrogant. The higher-ups of the League of Stars and Seas were clearly not as enthusiastic as Gu Zhaoxi when it came to Jun Changshao. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they ignored him. Jun Changshao was also very self-aware. He stood to the side and didn't say anything. "What?" After a while, Vice Alliance leader Peng said in shock, "The Patriarch wants his nephew to participate in the Universe Sacred War. Is there a problem? Isn't he too young? He's only 5 or 6 now. In 10 years, he'll be an adult." This, Vice Alliance leader Peng was silent. Actually, he didn't want to talk about age but strength. After all, those who were qualified to participate in the Universe Sacred War were all top geniuses of various dimensions. "Son," Gu Tianqing said, "show me the results in 10 years. "No problem." Gu Zhaoxi was currently playing with all kinds of treasures, so he answered casually. "You can all leave," Gu Tianqing said. "Wait." Suddenly, he hurriedly stopped everyone. "I forgot to introduce my son's fiancée." Vice Alliance leader Peng and the others' mouths twitched. They thought to themselves, he's only 4 or 5 years old. How can he already have a fiancée? Ta! Ta! At this moment, Qingqiu Lin, who was standing on high heels, walked over with Mrs. Gu. She bowed shyly and said, "Greetings, uncles." Vice Alliance leader Peng and the others looked at each other. In the end, they could only hold back their tears and continue to take out gifts. After all, this was the first time they met their niece-in-law. How could they let her come empty-handed? Luckily, they only had one son. If they had a few more and brought a few more niece-in-law back, they would probably go bankrupt just by giving gifts. At night, Jun Changshao stayed in the courtyard arranged for him. The environment was good, but he wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. He sat in the small living room with a bitter expression. Especially when he thought about how the upper echelons of the League of Stars and Seas sent gifts to Gu Zhaoxi during the day. He was really envious and jealous. Sigh. The system said, "It's a pity that the host doesn't have a good father." Jun Changshao knew that the system was mocking him, so he didn't care. A real man needs to rely on his own hard work and not rely on his father. So sour, the system said. Jun Changshao ignored it. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi came over, put all kinds of treasures on the stone table, and said, "I'll give all these things to the sect." No. Jun Changshao said seriously, "These things are yours. I can't take them. What's mine is my brother's." Gu Zhaoxi said, "Besides, the sect is in the stage of development. With these treasures, we can undoubtedly improve our strength." Jun Changshao fell into a short silence and said, "In that case, I'll reluctantly accept them." After saying that, he waved his hand and sent them all to the eternal world. In the study, Gu Tianqing withdrew his spiritual thoughts and shook his head. "Our son is a little silly. He gave away so many good things. What do you know?" Mother Gu said, "This is the trust between the two brothers." Gu Tianqing shook his head and said, "I just hope that Goa won't be led astray by that bastard Jun. He gave Jun Changshao a new nickname. Chapter 1790. The next day, Jun Changshao walked out of the inner courtyard and was stunned by the scene in front of him. The training field was full of warriors, and they were all powerful warriors. They were wearing different clothes, and they were obviously not members of the League of Stars and Seas. Among them was the Qin family. However, the head of the Qin family, who was standing in the crowd, was a little frightened. He had heard about what happened yesterday. If he was there, he would definitely cut the butler who humiliated the son of League Master Gu into 8 pieces. Without a doubt. Gu Tianqing had a lot of weight in the crossing heaven world. Of course, Master Gu was not a narrow-minded person. Based on the situation yesterday, he did not need to kill the housekeeper. He would not pursue the matter if the housekeeper apologized. After all, as a top-notch master, he would not be calculative with a weakling. "What's going on?" Jun Changshao stopped a servant who was passing by. The latter said, "The major forces are here to pay their respects to the League Master. As expected of an existence comparable to the Master of a realm. It's really extravagant." Just as Go Sheng was muttering, Gu Tianqing walked out of the main hall with his son. He smiled and cupped his hands. "I came back this time to visit my family and friends. There's no need for all of you to come all the way here." Jun Changshao was speechless. "You brought your son with you. It's obvious that you want to receive gifts." Sure enough, many big shots of the families noticed Gu Zhaoxi. Combined with what they heard yesterday, they quickly determined that this should be the beloved son of League Master Gu. Thus, they praised him verbally and gave him a small profit. Weapons and equipment. Treasured pills. Spirit stone cores. All kinds of resources were thrown at Gu Zhaoxi. This made Jun Changshao very envious. He secretly sighed. "It's really different to have an awesome father. I'm going to have a son in the future. Bring him to a familiar plane for a stroll. He can become rich just by receiving gifts." The system said, "With the host's thick skin, you can really do such a shameless thing." Of course, it's nothing more than a fantasy. Because a eunuch having a son is simply ridiculous. Gu Zhaoxi was given a lot of gifts by the various major powers when they visited. He would definitely hand them all over to the sect. In fact, Gu Tianqing had built a good foundation for him since he was young. Many natural treasures were useless to him. As for equipment, when he was older and stronger, he could go to the Heavenly Might secret realm to farm. "Brother," Gu Zhaoxi said, "shall we go out for a walk?" "Let's go." The two of them left together. The League of Stars and Seas was located in the Star Sea mountain range, and there was a Star Sea city nearby. Regardless of scale or number of people, it could be ranked among the top in the Crossing Heaven world. Jun Changshao entered with Gu Zhaoxi. Looking at the crowded scene, he couldn't help but sigh, when will there be such a lively city in the Eternal World? The Eternal World had been developing well during this period. Cities had been built one after another, and people from all clans got along well with each other. The only drawback was that the overall strength of the Eternal World was too weak to be mentioned in the same breath as the big cities that had existed for so long. Of course. All that was left was time. Relying on the strong attributes of heaven and earth, the overall strength would improve sooner or later. What was more, Jun Changshao was still developing and investing regardless of the cost. Because the headquarters of the League of Stars and Seas was outside the Star Sea city, the warriors in the city were more humble and polite. They looked very civilized and didn't look so messy. Go Sheng and Guo wandered around the main street for a few hours, and then came to a restaurant to order all kinds of delicious food and wine. Someone is challenging in the arena. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the street. Swish! In an instant, the busy street was empty. Obviously, everyone had gone to watch the fun. Jun Changshao was speechless. Haven't they seen a fight before? Brother, let's go and have a look. Let's go. The two of them walked in the direction where everyone was going, and soon saw a square arena in a relatively spacious area at the end of the street. Two young men in their early 20s stood on it. One carried a sword on his back. The other held a saber. He was quite chivalrous. Green Destiny Sword, Cui Xingyuan. Broken Horizontal Blade, Gui Yuhuan. These two have both signed up for the Universe Holy War. Why are they in the arena for no reason? Oh. Jun Changshao said while eating sunflower seeds, participants of the Universe Holy War. He had heard about this so-called Universe Holy War from Gu Tianqing long ago. He had also considered letting his disciple participate, but he had been wandering around the universe and had never had the chance to sign up. To be exact, he didn't know where to sign up. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi said with a serious look, these two are quite strong. Yes. Jun Changshao nodded. They have both reached the peak of the truth-seeking realm. I heard from my father that all warriors participating in the Universe Holy War must not be more than 3,000 years old. They can break through to this level, so they can be considered first-class geniuses. Gu Zhaoxi said. Jun Changshao said, there is no lack of people with great luck in this world. There are often many terrifying geniuses. He had the system to cheat and grow quickly. But he always believed that there must be existences more powerful than him in the vast universe. It was just that he hadn't met them yet. For example, the two young people on the platform now. They hadn't lived for 3,000 years, but their cultivation was not inferior to the older generation experts who had lived for tens of thousands of years. They had encountered many opportunities along the way. So, Gu Zhaoxi said with a burning gaze, I'm looking forward to the Universe Holy War in 10 years more and more. His pursuit of martial arts was endless, so he hoped to continue to challenge himself. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head. I'm looking forward to it too, but unfortunately, I don't have the chance. In the past, the Sect competition was held in the Falling Star continent, the Dragon Tiger battle for hegemony, and even the Upper Realm had similar routines. But from the beginning to the end, Go Sheng was a bystander and didn't participate personally. As the protagonist of a book, especially a fantasy protagonist, if he didn't experience this kind of competition plot, his life would be incomplete. However, Go Sheng was a patriarch. To be exact. When he transmigrated and inherited the Iron Bone, his identity was destined to be extraordinary. Those ordinary protagonists who challenged from low to high could be used on the disciples, but not him. Even if he went, he would just sit on the spectator stand and cheer. I really want to fight in the competition. Jun Changshao said to himself. The system said, you don't want to fight in the competition, you want to use the strength of a patriarch to beat up the disciples. You just want to show off. Boom! Boom! In the arena, Cui Xingyuan and Gue Yuhuan fought. One used a sword, the other used a saber. The battle could be said to be sparks flying everywhere, gorgeous and dazzling. Jun Changshao and Gu Zhaoxi watched the whole battle and couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, this is definitely not an ordinary peak realm. Second senior brother. Xiao Ziji said, they're so strong. Before the battle, Jun Changshao called out the core disciples. After all, they were about the same age and could just observe. TSK, Yi Xingqian's face was full of disdain. In the arena, the battle between the two became more and more intense. It wasn't until an hour later that Gue Yuhuan sent Cui Xingyuan flying with a special explosive saber technique that it ended. Amazing! That slash just now was really terrifying. Everyone began to discuss. Thank you for letting me win. Gue Yuhuan put away his saber and turned to leave the stage. However, as soon as he took a step, someone flew over from afar and landed on the arena, saying coldly, you and I will fight. Patriarch! Li Qingyang exclaimed, junior brother Yi went up. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, Xingqian seemed to be disdainful just now, but in fact, he was already restless. Chapter 1791. Cui Xingyuan and Gue Yuhuan, the two geniuses of the heaven-crossing realm, dared to sign up for the Universe Holy War. Their strength was indeed extraordinary. Therefore, Yi Xingqian couldn't hold back his boiling blood and directly jumped into the arena to declare war. No. Can you give me some time to breathe? Night Emperor seemed to realize it too and added, of course, you can rest for a few days. Okay. Gue Yuhuan said, 3 days later, here, you and I will fight. Although he won, he consumed a lot of spiritual energy, so he needed time to recuperate. Yi Xingqian jumped out of the arena. Let's go. Jun Changshao left with everyone. Who is this guy? How dare he challenge Gue Yuhuan? He looks very unfamiliar. He shouldn't be a local. He's pulling a long face as if we owe him money. The warriors outside the arena began to discuss. Gue Yuhuan looked at the arrogant back that was gradually disappearing and said with a solemn expression, this person's strength is not simple. I'm afraid there will be a hard battle in 3 days. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't accept the challenge. However, after Yi Xingqian came up, his aura and eyes were very strong, so he had the idea of fighting. In the League of Stars and Seas. Gu Tianqing sat in the main hall and said with interest, I heard that your disciple challenged Broken Blade Gue Yuhuan. Yes. Jun Changshao said. This Gue Yuhuan is one of the top geniuses of the heaven-crossing realm. His blade technique is superb, Gu Tianqing said. I'm afraid it will be difficult for your disciple to defeat him. The two haven't fought yet. Uncle Gu, don't jump to conclusions, Go Xing said with a smile. It was undeniable that after watching the previous battle, Gue Yuhuan was very strong and definitely not an ordinary peak truth-seeking realm cultivator. However, the disciples of the sect were not ordinary either, not to mention that the one who fought was Yi Xingqian. Jun Patriarch has just come to the heaven-crossing realm, but he already ordered his disciple to challenge a top genius. His courage is commendable, Vice Leader Peng said. The group of higher-ups smiled but did not say anything. Jun Changshao could tell from their expressions that they did not think highly of Yi Xingqian. Understanding. After all, they were all heaven-crossing realm martial artists and were very familiar with Gue Yuhuan. Subjectively, they would definitely be biased towards him and would not be biased towards the disciples who were fighting away from home. Xingqian. After returning to his residence, Jun Changshao called Yi Xingqian over and said with a serious expression, in the battle 3 days later, we must show the glory of the sect of all times. Go Sheng was also a layman who cared about other people's opinions. Therefore, what was originally an ordinary sparring match was immediately elevated to an extremely high level after he said those words. Understood. Yi Xingqian's tone was grave. 3 days later. Many martial artists had gathered at the arena of Star Sea City. Gue Yuhuan was quite famous in the Crossing Heaven world, so as long as there was a battle with him, it would always attract a lot of spectators. Ta! Li Qingyang and the others appeared outside the arena wearing the same school uniform. They lined up in 2 rows, facing each other with their hands behind their backs and their chests out. Jun Changshao, who was wearing a mink coat and sunglasses, walked over with a cigar in his mouth. Shua! Xiao Ziji quickly put down his seat and returned to his original position. With his hands behind his back, he shouted with his fellow disciples, "The patriarch is a man of literary and martial virtues. He will benefit the common people and live forever." Everyone's mouth twitched. Where did this lunatic come from? It's him who wants to challenge our Yuhuan. A young girl looked at Yi Xingqian with resentment in her eyes. Humph. Overestimating yourself. A girl next to her said coldly. Obviously, they were Gue Yuhuan's fans. Hey. Someone said unhappily, how did Brother Yuhuan become yours? That's right. Brother Yuhuan belongs to everyone, not just one person. Gue Yuhuan's female fans quarreled. For this situation, the nearby martial artists were already used to it. They were even a little jealous. Whoosh! At this moment, a rainbow light flew over and landed gracefully on the arena. When the light dissipated, Gue Yuhuan stood with his sword in his arms. The breeze blew his hair away, revealing a flawless face. Yuhuan! The female fans shouted uncontrollably. Their voices were so sharp that the nearby martial artists had to cover their ears. Jun Changshao was speechless. I rehearsed this way for several days, but the limelight was stolen by that guy. No. The next time I appear, I must get a group of disciples to be my fans and let them scream at the top of their lungs. Whoever shouts the loudest will be rewarded with a few more spirit stones. Shoo! Gue Yuhuan made a shushing gesture. In an instant, the fans who seemed to have gone crazy quieted down. Some people couldn't even resist Gue Yuhuan's charming action. They put their hands on their chest and slowly fainted on the ground with a happy smile on their lips. TSK, Yi Xingqian snorted disdainfully. Coincidentally, he was caught by a fan who pointed at him and scolded, "Do you know how hard Brother Yuhuan works? Don't make such a rude expression to him." I don't know how hard he works. Yi Xingqian stepped onto the arena and said with a cold gaze, "I only know that he's going to be defeated soon." Gue Yuhuan frowned. At that moment, he felt an extremely strong anger. Bang! Yi Xingqian stopped in the arena and held the Fangtian halberd in front of him. He said proudly, "Come and fight. Please." Gue Yuhuan cupped his hands. At the League of Stars and Seas. A group of higher-ups stood at the top of the mountain and observed the arena with their spiritual senses. Gue Yuhuan seems to be stronger than before. It said that he comprehended the 3rd level of the domineering blade profound meaning not long ago. The younger generation will surpass us in time. If that's the case, the sect of all time's disciples have no hope. Once Gue Yuhuan uses the domineering blade arts, that guy won't be able to last more than 20 rounds. The higher-ups of the League of Stars and Seas discussed. To them, Gue Yuhuan was one of the hopes of the heaven-crossing realm. He should be able to get a good result in the universe sacred war 10 years later. Of course. This battle also attracted many older generation experts. Although they didn't go to the scene, they were watching from afar. In the arena. "Make your move," Gue Yuhuan said. Yi Xingqian shook his head and said, "You should make the first move." I'm afraid that if I make the first move, you won't even have a chance to fight back. This sentence was very arrogant and instantly angered the fans. All right. Gue Yuhuan shook his head and said, I'll accept your offer. Clang. The Duan blade was unsheathed. Domineering blade arts, thunderbolt. Gue Yuhuan seemed to have realized that the opponent was extraordinary and used his best blade technique. Shua. Yixingchen moved his body and dodged the sharp blade light. Shua. Shua. At this moment, Gue Yuhuan attacked with his blade. The sky was filled with blade light accompanied by extreme special effects. As expected. Vice Leader Peng said in surprise, this kid has comprehended the third level of the domineering blade profound meaning. As long as the domineering blade arts is used, it will form a continuous attack. Once the sect of all time's disciples are entangled, they will lose without a doubt. Great Elder said. It's already entangled. That guy actually didn't retreat. In the arena, Yixingchen faced the densely packed blade light and only moved his body. It was as if he was allowing the opponent to use the remaining moves of the domineering blade arts. It's over. Vice Leader Peng shook his head and said. Boom! At this moment, an explosive sound rang out, and the saber light that filled the sky dispersed. Gue Yuhuan staggered back, and then fell down from the stage. That's right. It's over. When Gue Yuhuan fell down, the surroundings of the ring were silent. This, Vice Leader Peng, Great Elder, and the others were stunned. The fans who wanted to cheer for Gue Yuhuan had their hands by their mouths. Their expressions were completely frozen. We haven't even started to cheer and our idol, lost? No. This isn't reality. This must be a dream. Chapter 1792. Vice Leader Peng was right. The sparring match had come to an end. However, Yixingchen was not the one who lost. It was Gue Yuhuan. The League of Stars and Seas executives did not expect this result. Unbelievable. How did he do it? The First Elder and the others were shocked. They could accept Gue Yuhuan's loss. But what they could not accept was that the opponent had easily broken through the domineering sword technique and formed an impenetrable sword light and then defeated him with one punch. Trash. Yixingchen, who was standing in the arena, said lightly. Although these two words were unpleasant to hear, it was undeniable that Night Emperor was qualified to say that because he defeated Gue Yuhuan at his strongest point of attack and slapped the faces of the League of Stars and Seas executives with his actions. Especially. He slapped the faces of the rational fans. Look. Your idol was defeated by me with one move. Are you done for? If these fans had been calmer at that time, Yixingchen might not have killed him so decisively. They might have gone easy on him so that he would not have been defeated so badly. There was no other way. The fans had to pay for their idol's actions. You are very strong. I admit defeat. Gue Yuhuan endured the pain from his chest and cupped his hands. Yixingchen did not say anything. He turned around and walked down the arena. He was very disappointed. He was disappointed that he was too strong and could not find an opponent. Forget it. When he went back, he would find junior brother He to spar more. At least if the other party did not use his full strength, he could still be on par with him. Let's go home. Jun Changshao got up. He was not surprised that Yixingchen defeated Gue Yuhuan. After all, he was one of the strongest attackers in the sect of all times. It was normal for him to win against a martial artist at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. What? That day, Gu Tianqing returned from visiting relatives with his wife. After learning about the battle, he said in surprise, he defeated Gue Yuhuan with one move. It's true. Vice Leader Peng said helplessly. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have been as surprised as the leader. Father. Gu Zhaoxi said, it's very normal. There's no need to make a fuss about it. He didn't deny that Gui Yuhuan was outstanding, but at the same time, he couldn't deny that his sect's disciples were terrifying. If he had to describe them, they would be a group of monsters. Gui Yuhuan is one of the top geniuses in my crossing heaven realm, but he was actually killed by that brat's disciple. This is simply. Gu Tianqing found it hard to accept, unbelievable. After saying that, he hurried to Jun Changxiao's residence. Go Sheng looked at his shocked face, scratched his head and said, "Isn't it just defeating a martial artist of the same realm?" "Brat." Gu Tianqing said solemnly, "Do you know what it means for your disciple to insta-kill Gui Yuhuan?" "What does that mean?" Jun Changxiao asked. Gu Tianqing said, "With Gui Yuhuan's current strength, if placed in the previous universe sacred war, he might not be able to enter the top 500, but he would at least be able to enter the top 600. Since your disciple could kill him in an instant, he might be able to enter the top 200. No way. Yi Xingqian, who was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, was already very strong. But in the end, he was only able to enter the top 200. Didn't that mean that there were still 199 participants like him? Uncle. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, "The strength of the top 200 participants is terrifying." Yes. Gu Tianqing sat down and said solemnly, "Let me put it this way. Those who can participate in the universal holy war are the top geniuses of their respective dimensions. Those who can make it into the top 200 can be considered the pride of their galaxy." Jun Changxiao was silent. The pride of a galaxy, this was indeed a bit awesome. Gu Tianqing said, "All the participants who enter the top 10 are existences that everyone looks up to." Uncle. Jun Changxiao said, "Have you participated in it before?" No. Gu Tianqing shook his head and said, "The universe sacred war was held 10,000 years ago. It has only been held 10 times so far." Oh. Jun Changxiao responded. Yi Xingqian, who was standing next to him, frowned. He wouldn't forget the scene that Xia Lingyao saw when she entered a certain illusion, especially when Xiao Ziji came to find him in the illusion and said, "The 12th universe sacred war is about to begin. Are you interested in fighting with senior brother until the world turns upside down?" Senior Gu. He asked, "How often is the universe sacred war held?" 1,000 years. Yi Xingqian fell silent. If the illusion corresponded to the future, it was only the 11th universe sacred war now. Xiao Ziji asked him to participate in the 12th, so the time should be 1,000 years later. Impossible. I'm not the Night King. She's not the Night Queen. I won't leave the sect, and I won't have children. Stars? Jun Changxiao said, "What are you thinking about?" Yi Xingqian stopped thinking and said, "Nothing." That's not right. Jun Changxiao said suspiciously, "You had a complicated look in your eyes just now. Is there something on your mind? Come." After setting up the wine and dishes, he said, "Please tell me what's on your mind. This disciple is going to cultivate." Yi Xingqian definitely wouldn't say that he saw the future and saw him leaving the sect. It's a bit strange. Watching him leave, Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, "Jun Patriarch." Gu Tianqing said, "Since your disciple is so strong, why don't you participate in the universe sacred war? This junior has this plan, but..." Jun Changxiao said bitterly, "I don't know where to register." "Let's go." Gu Zhaoxi said, "I'll take you to Tian City. There's a registration point there." "That's not right. Why is Uncle Gu so enthusiastic about me?" Jun Changxiao was a bit flustered. On the way, Gu Tianqing said, "Jun Patriarch, I have a presumptuous request, but I don't know if I should say it." "Don't say it." Jun Changxiao said bluntly. Under normal circumstances, a presumptuous request was never a good thing. "It's like this." Gu Tianqing said, "I heard from Goa that you don't seem to be planning to return to the upper realm. The upper realm is just a place to stay. Since I've come out, this junior doesn't plan to go back. Jun Changshao said. Gu Tianqing said, the universe sacred war has a rule. Participants must report their galaxy and plane. Jun Changshao was speechless. Can't you just report your sect and name to participate in this kind of competition? Why do you have to report your address? Since you don't plan to return to the upper realm, why don't you fill me in as Du Tian? Jun Changshao understood. No wonder he was suddenly so enthusiastic. It turned out that he was waiting for him here. Okay. Gou Sheng agreed. In fact, it didn't matter what plane he filled in. The important thing was that his disciple could win the championship and receive generous rewards. Of course. Jun Changshao also had his own plans. If he had the chance to participate in the 12th Universe Sacred War in the future, he would definitely let his disciple fight in the name of the eternal world. Because by that time, it should have developed and could stand proudly in the upper realm of the universe. Ha! Gu Tianqing laughed and said, as expected of my son's brother. You give your uncle Gu a lot of face. Du Tian City. Du Tian City capital. Jun Changshao wasn't in the mood to look at the spectacular buildings. He followed Gu Tianqing straight to the registration point of the Universe Sacred War. Because there were still 10 years to the start of the competition, there weren't many forces and individuals signing up. Alliance Master Gu. The person in charge walked out and smiled. Why are you here? I brought an acquaintance to sign up. Oh. The person in charge looked at Jun Changshao and said, for Alliance Master Gu to bring him here personally, this young friend must be extraordinary. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Zhaoxi said, hurry up and go through the formalities. Okay. The person in charge sat down and took out an object similar to a compass. He placed his hands on it and a stream of light gradually appeared. Name of the participant, place of origin, and sect. Lu Qianxian, Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, He Wudi, Li Fei, Tian Qi, Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, Song Xianzhou, Long Xiang, Li Tian, Sun Mucheng. Jun Changshao couldn't close his mouth once he opened his mouth. Gu Tianqing and the person in charge gradually widened their eyes. Chapter 1793. Yi Xingchen had defeated one of the top geniuses of the Crossing Heaven realm. Gu Tianqing felt that he was qualified to participate in the Universe Sacred War, so he took the initiative to bring Jun Changshao to register. The address of the Crossing Heaven realm was also to give him face. Gu Tianqing and his wife lived in seclusion in the mountain and sea realm, but they were still from the Crossing Heaven realm, and were even comparable to the realm lord. If there were any benefits, they would definitely want to give it to their own realm. However, what he didn't expect was, when they arrived at the registration area, Jun Changshao opened his mouth and named a few dozen disciples. Oh. Right. And Lin Yi, Yi Feng, Qin Lin. Gou Sheng added at the end. It was hard to satisfy the core and inner disciples, and even the second-generation disciples were included. As expected. This was going to cause trouble. The person in charge was dumbfounded. He had seen one person registering a few people before, but this was the first time he had seen one person registering dozens of people. Brat. Gu Tianqing pulled a long face and said, you are protecting so many people to participate in the Universe Sacred War, are you treating it as a game? Uncle. Jun Changshao said seriously, I didn't want to sign up for so many either, but there are too many geniuses in the sect. They've all worked hard to cultivate, and since there's a grand competition, they should at least be given a chance to show off their talents. Bah! Gu Tianqing couldn't care less about the demeanor of a strong warrior, and spat out, don't be afraid of biting your tongue. Alliance leader Gu. The person in charge said awkwardly, do you really want to register so many people? Report. Gu Tianqing said, since this brat wants the disciples to be tortured, then let's do as he wishes. He was a little angry, a little angry. All right. The person in charge placed both hands on the screen of the compass, entered all the names he had recorded, and then asked, Sect, place of origin. Sect of all times, crossing heaven realm. The person in charge muttered in his heart, I have lived here for so many years, why have I never heard of this sect? Forget it, forget it. Since Alliance leader Gu personally brought them here, he had to give them face. To be honest, if Gu Tianqing hadn't brought Jun Changshao here and asked him to register himself and register dozens of disciples all at once, it was very likely that he would be suspected of having a mental problem, or even deliberately coming here to cause trouble. Whine. Whine. In a magnificent hall, a light screen that looked like a projection was constantly trembling. Names appeared one after another, and they were all followed by the words Eternal Sect and Crossing Heaven Realm. What is this situation? The red-haired old man held a bowl of rice and said as he ate, why are there suddenly so many applicants in the Crossing Heaven Realm? And they are all from the same sect. Sect of all times. This names of the name. Of the ofs, she two's she heaven realm, she was to, hers ss of, sex heaven sect, realms, to ask him to find out what's to heaven sect. To ask him. Obviously, he should be the person in charge of the universe sacred war. He was unhappy with the sudden appearance of a sect that had so many warriors registering, and even thought that it was a blasphemy against the sacred competition. I found out. After a while, the old man said, the participants of this so-called sect of all times are recommended by the Crossing Heaven Realms League of Stars and Seas. Gu Tianqing. The old man frowned. Didn't this guy live in seclusion with his wife? The woman flicked her hair. The old man said, I heard that he destroyed many battleships of the star spirit world a few years ago. Now that he has appeared in public, isn't he afraid of revenge? With Gu Tianqing's strength and ability, the star spirit world probably won't dare to openly take revenge, right? The old man said. They won't dare to openly, so they will do it secretly. The woman said in disdain, this is the star spirit world's way of doing things. Inform them. The old man was silent for a while before saying, a sect is not allowed to register so many participants again. The universe sacred war was very sacred, and those who were qualified to participate were all top geniuses of their respective planes. If anyone were to register, it would be no different from playing house. As for the sect of all times, for Gu Tianqing's sake, they would let it be. In any case, during the qualifiers, those participants were not strong enough and would definitely be eliminated. Crossing Heaven Realm, League of Stars and Seas. After Gu Tianqing returned, he called Jun Changshao over and said, in 5 years, the qualifiers of the universe sacred war will begin. At that time, the participants must participate in the registration plane. If they don't reach the specified time, they will be considered to have forfeited. Jun Changshao was speechless. Uncle, you mean I have to wait here for 5 years? No need. Gu Tianqing said, during this time, you can bring your disciples to train, but you must return before the qualifiers begin. Okay. Jun Changshao said confidently, no problem. But, he said weakly, if the geniuses of your Crossing Heaven realm are similar in strength to the geniuses who play with knives, I think there is no need to fight. Why? They definitely can't beat the disciples of the sect of all times. Gu Tianqing reached out and grabbed his face, roaring, is your face thicker than others? Ouch! Ouch! Get lost! Jun Changshao covered his face and ran away. However, after he left, Gu Tianqing looked at his hand and recalled the feeling of touching. He said with an unusually serious expression, this kid is really thick-skinned. Eternal World. Jun Changshao called Li Qingyang and the others over and then gave out tokens with their names engraved on them. This was the Universe Sacred War Participation Token. When the qualifiers began, they could take it to the arena. Otherwise, even if they reported their name and sect origin, they would not be recognized by the officials. Ah! Li Tian held the token and said in disbelief, I signed up too. As an inner disciple who focused on taking pictures for decades, he never thought that he would be selected by the Patriarch to participate in such a competition, especially a sacred war that involved the entire universe. Opportunity. He must seize it. Listen up, all of you. After distributing the tokens, Jun Changshao stood outside the hall and said, work hard in these 5 years. On the day of the qualifiers, spread the name of the sect of all times. Yes. All the disciples shouted with their heads up and chests out. Maybe it was because they had not participated in a competition for a long time, or maybe the standard was too high, but their eyes were shining and their blood was burning. Other than group fights, many disciples of the sect of all times could hardly prove themselves with their strength. Therefore, participating in the universe sacred war was a chance to stand out. In the courtyard, Wuxia put the participation token on the table and said, I really don't want to participate. It was meaningless for him to compete with a group of youngsters for first and second place. However, since the Patriarch had signed him up, he had to participate as a disciple. He was conflicted and irritated. In stark contrast to Wuxia, Yixingchen was. At this moment, he closed the door and leaned against it. He looked down at the token and said proudly, I will let my name be known throughout the universe. First place. I'm definitely going to win. In a certain world. A woman who covered her face walked to the registration area of the universe sacred war and said, I want to sign up. Name. Jia Lingyao. Chapter 1794. The Universe Sacred War qualifiers were 5 years later. During this period, Jun Changshao could do a lot of things, so he was not in a hurry at all. He even stayed in the League of Stars and Seas for the time being. Of course. He was not playing around. Instead, he was actively discussing management experiences with Vice Leader Peng. There is bound to be something to learn from. For the strongest force in the crossing heaven world, the leader had brought his wife out to live in seclusion, and the vice leader managed it well. He had to learn a little and then pass it on to Yuan Gongzi. In the past, with the restriction of the soul bomb, Jun Changshao even went out to purchase herbs personally. Although the main mission was still there, without the threat of the bomb, Go Xing started to become lazy. He wanted to be a hands-off manager. In fact, now that it had developed to this point and had so many higher-ups, it could basically operate on its own. What he could do now was to make the sect stronger and obtain more martial arts resources. This is a problem. Jun Changshao sat in the courtyard and said, I have to consider it at all times. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi walked over and said, when are we leaving? He was a little anxious. Because, ever since he came to the crossing heaven world, his mother often called Qingxiu Lin over to chat. Their relationship was getting better day by day. If he did not take her away, they might really get married in the future. In a few days. Jun Changshao also had plans to leave. After all, he still had to bring his disciples to explore the universe. Maybe he would encounter an opportunity in 5 years and break through to the half-step Tianji realm. Right. He said, I heard from Uncle Gu that he signed you up for the Universe Sacred War long ago. Yes. Gu Zhaoxi said. In that case, you will have to participate in the qualifiers with the disciples in 5 years. My father is the leader of the League of Stars and Seas. He has absolute power in the crossing heaven world, so as a son, I don't have to participate in the qualifiers. I can directly enter the main competition. Jun Changshao was silent. After a while, he secretly turned his head and looked at you outside the screen. He howled, too damn enviable, a few days later. Jun Changshao stood outside the League of Stars and Seas. He cupped his hands and said, Uncle Gu, thank you for taking care of me during this time. This junior will take his leave first. Humph, Gu Tianxing snorted and said, you must take good care of my son on the way. Zhaoxi is my brother, and also an elder of the sect of all times. This junior will naturally use his life to protect him, Jun Changshao said seriously. This sentence was not only said to Gu Tianxing, but also to himself. Let's go. Gu Tianxing turned around. Actually, at first, he was not willing to let Gu Zhaoxi follow Jun Changshao. However, after thinking about it, he felt that there might be a special way to nurture an outstanding disciple like Yi Xingchen. Uncle. Goodbye. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and turned to descend the mountain. Eternal quietly stopped in the open space. Shengguan Xinyao and the others were already in place, testing various flight data in the cockpit. Brother. Jun Changshao said, it's time to set off. Gu Zhaoxi walked toward the open cabin. Just as he was about to enter, he stopped, then turned around and knelt down, kowtowing to the gate of the League of Stars and Seas. Father, Mother, your son will be back. My son, Mother Gu covered her face and cried. Gu Tianxing's back was still facing the foot of the mountain. It was difficult to see the expression on his face, but his hands were trembling slightly. After a while, he said in a loud voice, if you don't break through the peak of the truth-seeking realm on the day you return, you don't deserve to be my son, Gu Tianxing. Peak of the truth-seeking realm? Father. Gua shouted, your request is too low. Why don't you set a half-step Tianji? Ha ha ha. Gu Tianxing laughed loudly and said, this is my son, Gu Tianxing. Whoosh. Gu Zhaoxi stood up and walked toward Eternal. Whoosh whoosh. Under the gazes of the League of Stars and Seas, the battleship spewed out flames and flew out of the crossing heaven world, merging into the endless universe. Vice Leader. The Great Elder muttered, in 5 years, nephew can break through to the half-step Tianji. In theory, it's extremely difficult, Vice Leader Peng said. This was because the Alliance leader was here, so he spoke more tactfully. In his heart, he was thinking that even if those geniuses participating in the universe sacred war could break through to the half-step Tianji, it was impossible to do so in 5 years. Brother. After Eternal flew out of the crossing heaven world, Jun Changshao walked over and patted Gu Zhaoxi's shoulder. In the future, when you say half-step Tianji, can you add the word realm? Can you not add the word probably? Why? Let's not talk about machines. 5 years later. Jun Changshao sat in the cockpit and swirled the water in his glass. He looked at the endless space and said, I want all the galaxies to remember the sect of all times. The universe sacred war held once every 1,000 years was a great chance for him to make a name for himself. As long as he had fame, he would be able to gain reputation. As long as he had reputation, he would be able to use hacks without fear. Also, Jun Changshao said, the main mission is for me to rule the universe. If disciple becomes the champion of the universe sacred war and defeats the geniuses of the various galaxies and planes, will that count as completing the mission? Host is thinking too much, the system said. Jun Changshao said, the mission only said to rule the universe and didn't give a hard target. Combined with the mission points from helping Wuxia restore the royal family's prestige, it means that the so-called rule the universe is not conquered with strength. The system was speechless. Of course. Jun Changshao said, I definitely won't be stupid and wait for the main competition 10 years later. During this period, I will go around the various galaxies. Maybe I will complete the main mission in advance and step into the real Tianji state. Do you think the author will give you so much time to wander around? The system said, believe it or not, the next chapter is 5 years later. Jun Changshao said, believe it. So. The system said, before the great art of spring and autumn is activated, hurry up and plan your disciples' cultivation so that they will have a reasonable reason to become stronger 5 years later and not be criticized by the readers. Look, they are actually using hacks, Tianwei's secret realm. Phew. Yi Xingqian exhaled and looked up at the city gate tower with the words Hulao Pass engraved on it. He said with a cold gaze, I will spend these 5 years alone in the secret realm. Boom! 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 Lu Bu jumped out and roared, Thief, give me back my equipment. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle. In the end, Yi Xingqian was defeated and announced the end. Previously, he was able to defeat this SS-grade demonized heroic soul because of the cooperation of his fellow sect members. If he was alone, he would definitely be beaten up. It did not matter. Night Emperor was defeated, but he was very happy. Because this was the goal he had set for himself in these 5 years. He did not rely on others and defeated the other party personally. Boom! Boom! In an empty area in the east of the Sect of all times, Xiao Ziji carried a heavy mountain and walked forward step by step. Physique cultivator. Never to be left behind. He and Yi Xingqian were not the only ones who were busy. All the disciples who signed up for the universal sacred battle were actively cultivating for no other reason than to let the Sect of all times become famous in the universe. These people were already crazy enough under Jun Changxiao's nurturing. Now that they started to focus on cultivation, they really did not give the participants from other dimensions any chance to survive. Time passed. Gone forever. 5 years passed just like that. Chapter 1795. 5 years. A full 5 years. Eternal was still roaming the universe. During this time, Jun Changxiao had passed through many planes and experienced different cultures. His mental state had improved a little and he had also earned a lot of martial arts resources. Don't ask how he earned it, it would be profiteering. Of course. His face had also improved along with his mental state. After all, a businessman not only had to be eloquent but also had to bargain. Otherwise, how could he earn profits? Patriarch. Flying out from a certain plane, Shangguan Xinyao skillfully set the route and said, we will arrive at the crossing heaven world in about half a month. Okay. Jun Changxiao leaned on the seat and held his face with one hand. 5 years didn't leave any traces on his exquisite face. Instead, he emitted a stronger aura of a superior, as well as, the shrewdness of a businessman. It could be said that he was a contradictory combination of prestige and unscrupulousness. Wuxia Eternal cut through the void and flew towards the crossing heaven world. As for the plane that Jun Changxiao came from, a group of bruised and swollen local cultivators were lying on the ground and shouting in unison, Seiko, you bastard, of all people, you had to provoke a demon. Seiko didn't say anything because he had already fainted from the abuse. The situation was like this. When Eternal was flying in the universe, it almost collided with another warship. The other side opened the door and cursed, even taking out a transmission token to shake people. Jun Changxiao was furious. I was flying in a straight line. You came from the side. Do you think I'm blind? Can't you see that I'm trying to scam you? Brat. Seiko pointed at Go Sheng's nose and said angrily, this daddy's men are coming. If you don't pay up today, then leave your life behind. Wait, too slow. Jun Changxiao said, why don't we go to your territory? Seiko was a little stunned. He had been in this business for a long time and this was the first time he met someone who took the initiative to go to his territory. Okay. Come if you dare. And so, he brought Jun Changxiao to his home. At first glance, it looked like he was leading a person, but in reality, he was leading a group of demons. The following plot was nothing more than local cultivators standing up for him, but in the end, they were all defeated. Not only were they injured, but they also lost their space rings. It was already good enough that Jun Changxiao wasn't trying to scam him. Yet, Jun Changxiao actually wanted to scam him. Crossing heaven world. Standing outside of the palace of the Alliance of Stars, Gu Tianqing said, there are only 3 days to go until the meeting. Why hasn't the little thief returned yet? Vice Alliance leader Peng whispered, could he have stood you up? In my opinion. The Great Elder said, Jun Changshao doesn't take the universe sacred war seriously at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let so many disciples sign up 5 years ago. I won't. Gu Tianqing said, I believe that guy. Although he said so, he was thinking in his heart, brat, if you dare to stand me up, I'll beat you up no matter where you are. Swish at this time, the sky was distorted. A majestic battleship flew past and then slowly docked on the lawn at the foot of the League of Stars and Seas. Caw. The cabin door opened, and Jun Changshao walked out and shouted, Uncle, I'm here. His voice was like a bell, resounding throughout the crossing heaven realm. The geniuses who were on their way to crossing Sky City to participate in the preliminaries all stopped and frowned. Pressure. They suddenly became unprecedentedly strong. I have a bad feeling about this qualifier. A contestant said with a serious expression. Don't worry, young master. The old servant who accompanied him smiled. There are 50 spots for this qualifier. As long as you get one spot, you can go to the Star System Advancement Competition. That's true. The young contestant felt relieved. He then shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, maybe I've been cultivating too hard and taking the qualifier too seriously. I've become worried. League of Stars and Seas, Main Hall. Gu Tianqing carefully observed Jun Changshao and found that he seemed to have become more elegant and cunning in the past 5 years. Uncle. Jun Changshao said, this time, I happened to come across a world where herbs are the main ingredient. I brought back many herbs of different quality. Please accept them. All kinds of treasures and potted plants appeared out of thin air. Gu Tianqing was very knowledgeable in this area and was immediately interested. However, he soon asked with a suspicious look, did you steal them? Jun Changshao was speechless. I spent a lot of money to buy them. There are receipts and invoices. Nephew, you're too kind. Gu Tianqing waved his hand and kept all the herbs. At first, he called him a dog thief. Now, he called him nephew. This change in attitude was too real. Oh right. Gu Tianqing said, where's my son? He's training. He'll be back tomorrow, Jun Changshao said. Oh. Gu Tianqing asked again, what about your disciples? They're training too. Gu Tianqing was speechless. The qualifier is around the corner. Why don't you let them come back quickly? Do you take the universe holy war seriously? Uncle. Jun Changshao said, I'm very serious. Indeed. In the past 5 years, he had been emphasizing for his disciples to cultivate diligently. He was very serious and even treated it as a top priority. No wonder when he shouted, the contestants would feel a lot of pressure. After all, the sloppy disciples of the sect of all times were already very scary. If they were treated seriously, there was no hope at all. 5 years passed quickly. Naturally, 3 days passed even faster. On this day, in the eternal world, the weather turned from sunny to cloudy. Shwa. Jun Changshao strode out of the main hall. He put on the patriarch's special cloak and tidied his collar. He said loudly, gather. Boom. Outside the mountain, Xiao Ziji put down Big Mountain and quickly returned to the sect. Under the light of the morning sun, his exposed muscles appeared to be dazzling and holy. It could be seen that after 5 years of body tempering, although there was no substantial improvement in his realm, his defense had increased a lot. Little do, because he's afraid of pain, he increased his defense. It was early in the morning. A meter of sunlight shone through the window. Su Xiaomao got up and walked to the wardrobe to take out the brand new Sect of all times uniform. After passing it around, he looked back at Xia Shuiyun, who was still sleeping, and said to himself, I'll be back soon. Creak. He opened and closed the door gently. However, when he walked out of the small courtyard he built 5 years ago, a lazy voice came from behind. "You're not waiting for me." Xia Shuiyun was already awake. She leaned against the window, her waterfall-like hair cascading down, looking very feminine. "I'm afraid I'll disturb your rest." Creak. The door opened. Xia Shuiyun had already changed into her uniform and tied up her messy black hair. She said, "Don't forget, I'm your fiancé and also a disciple of the Sect of all times." Su Xiaomo was silent for a while, then reached out his hand and smiled. "Let's go." Xia Shuiyun rolled her eyes at him, but still reached out her hand. Then, they left the home they had built together for 5 years and officially returned to the Sect of all times. A winner in life. Su Xiaomo. Chapter 1796. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the heavenly might's secret realm, Yi Xingqian half squatted on the ground, sweat dripping down his chin. Kid, in the distance, the demonized Lu Bu sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. "Return my equipment." Judging from the potholes on the Hulao Pass battlefield, the two of them should have fought for a long time and seemed to be exhausted. Tsk, Yi Xingqian stood up, put away the sky piercer and set, and disappeared on the spot. Before leaving, he did not forget to say, "Next time, you will definitely lose." 5 years. He had challenged the demonized Lu Bu for 5 years. From being abused at the beginning, to barely holding on, to a narrow defeat, to now holding on until the end, Yi Xingqian was improving almost every moment. However, it was the same as Xiao Ziji's situation. He had been stuck at the peak of the truth-seeking realm and had not broken through. There was no other way. To reach the half-step heavenly secrets realm, one needed too many opportunities. It was not something that could be improved by hard work. This guy, after watching Yi Xingqian leave, the demonized Lu Bu lay on the ground dejectedly and said unwillingly, "He's getting stronger and stronger each time. I can't do anything to him at all." It was mainly because he did not have any equipment and his equipment was worn by the other party. Otherwise, he would still be able to defeat the other party after 5 years. Whoosh! Outside the secret realm, Yi Xingqian was teleported out. He had planned to take a cold shower, but when he heard the patriarch's call, he immediately dismissed the idea and went to the main hall. On the martial arts field, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others had already arrived. All of them stood with their heads held high and chests puffed out. In the past 5 years, many disciples had not obtained any great opportunities and were still stuck at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. However, their aura and temperament had changed drastically. Counting their ages, most of them were almost 50 years old. However, because the lifespan of a high-level martial arts world was easily thousands of years old, they were still very young and full of vitality. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a while, Su Xiaomo flew over holding Xia Shuiyun's hand. Then, he returned to the spot that was specially reserved and smiled at his fellow disciples. They had known each other for a long time and did not know how to say polite words. It was all in mutual trust. Who? A gust of cold wind blew. Lu Qianqian, whose clothes were whiter than snow, landed in front of her fellow disciples. Just like what Dodo had said in the previous chapter, time did not leave any traces on Jun Changxiao's face because his face was too thick. However, this eldest disciple who was as cold as snow was the one who had not changed at all. Perhaps, it was because his face was too cold. Swish! Swish! A short while later, Long Xiang, Li Tian, and the other disciples arrived. There were 40 to 50 of them, so I won't list their names one by one to avoid being criticized again. All in all, those who participated in the universe's sacred war would definitely have a name and surname. Whether or not they could be shown on camera would depend on the situation. For example, Jing Ji and Mao Xiaodao might be pulled in to make up their names. Is everyone here? Jun Changshao asked. Everyone's here. Set off. Jun Changshao flicked his sleeves, put on his sunglasses, and strode out of the mountain gate. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and the other disciples followed closely behind. Because there were more people and their auras were stronger, the scene was quite shocking. Strange. Elder Wei was puzzled. Can't you just spread the news? Why do you have to bring the disciples out of the sect? Du Tian City. Because it was the day of the preliminaries, the streets were filled with people. In the central area of the city, the previous registration location had been temporarily set up with a battle stage and a spectator stand. There were participants going through the procedures to enter. Alliance Master Gu. The person in charge of the Du Tian region, Li Renfu, was puzzled. Where are the people from the sect of all times? Don't worry. Gu Tianqing, who was sitting on the highest level spectator stand, said, on the way. Oh. Li Renfu was silent for a while, then said, Alliance Master Gu, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Speak, Gu Tianqing said. Li Renfu said, the Universe Sacred War is the highest level competition for geniuses in the entire upper universe. Jun Patriarch, who you brought here earlier, allowed so many disciples to participate. This is quite amusing. Whether it's child's play or not, we'll only know after we fight. Gu Tianqing also thought that Jun Changshao was too careless, but since they had already registered and were about to start, he could only choose to believe it. Moreover, in the 5 years that his son had left, although he had not broken through to the half-step heavenly secrets realm, he had already entered the peak of the truth-seeking realm. This made him deeply believe that Jun Changxiao's disciples would not be too bad. Even if all of them did not advance, at least a few outstanding geniuses would appear. Speaking of Gu Zhaoxi, this guy's realm and height could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Not long after he was born, Gu Tianqing tempered his body with all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Then, he focused on cultivating in the sect of all times for 5 years. It was normal for him to break through to this level. Regretfully, he did not fulfill his promise to leave the Du Tian realm. This could not be blamed on him. After all, he had been stuck as a core disciple for 5 years. If he had to blame someone, then it was Go Sheng and the system. One did not cheat, and the other did not give anything good. Young Master Chu is here. At this moment, a shout sounded outside the venue, attracting the attention of all the warriors. Swoosh! In their field of vision, 6 burly warriors carrying a luxurious palanquin flew over from mid-air and stopped steadily at the entrance. Alliance Leader Gu. Li Renfu hurriedly said, the number 1 genius of the Du Tian realm is here. I have to go and receive him. Go ahead. Gu Tianqing nodded and looked at the man in brocade who walked out from the crowd. He thought to himself, this little guy is stronger than 100 years ago. I wonder if the disciple of the sect of all times called Yixingchen can defeat him. Chu Wangge. The number 1 genius of the Du Tian realm. No matter what sword or saber, they were all nothing in front of him. Especially 100 years ago, during the genius competition held by the Du Tian realm, he fought his way to the finals. No matter what level of opponent he encountered, he defeated them in 1 move. Hence, he was also known as Chu One Move. Unlike a popular genius like Gui Yuhuan, Chu Wangge had both looks and strength. He could be said to be a genuine acting genius, especially since he lived in seclusion. Hence, there were only legends about him in the martial arts world, but it was rare for people to see him. No suspense. Young Master Chu will definitely be first. The other contestants can only fight for second place. It's hard to say. 5 years ago, that stink-faced young man could defeat Gui Yuhuan in 1 move. I'm afraid he will bring trouble to young Master Chu. TSK, young Master Chu participated in the genius competition and won the championship in 1 move. How can that guy be compared to him? After Chu Wangge entered the venue, the warriors began to talk about him. Their words were full of envy and admiration. If a person was outstanding, they might be envied by others. If a person was outstanding to the extreme, they would only be in awe and even feel ashamed of their inferiority. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the sound of verbs came from the main street, startling the passers-by and causing them to look back with a stunned expression. Because the camera was placed on the ground, the lens was facing the other end of the street. Accompanied by the background music of superstars in troubled times, heads appeared one after another, followed by strong and unyielding figures. Finally, they stepped in front of the camera. Thud. Thud. Lu Qianshan, Li Qingyang, Su Xiaomua, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingqian, He Wudi, and the other disciples were lined up at the entrance. Animators must remember to use slow motion here. From the moment the disciples of the sect of all times appeared to the moment they stopped, they must give the passers-by and warriors close-up shots. They must also maintain their frozen and shocked expressions. Otherwise, the effect will not be achieved. Swoosh! Jun Changshao, who was walking in the Doflamingo footwork to the rhythm, stopped in front of the disciples. First, he took off his sunglasses and blew out a smoke ring. Then, he spread his legs and spread his arms. With a strange smile, he said, "For today's preliminaries, the sect of all times has booked the whole venue." Chapter 1797. Jun Changshao had arrived with his disciples. Sure enough, his entrance was as shocking and eye-catching as ever. It was as silly as ever. What a show-off! Shameless boasting. Arrogant and despotic. Everyone looked at him with disdain. It was not their fault for being ridiculed this time. It was mainly because Jun Changshao was asking for a beating. So what if he made a high-profile entrance? Why did he have to shout that the sect of all times wanted to book the whole place? Gu Tianqing shook his head and said, "It's okay for young people to be arrogant, but it's not good to be too arrogant." He was more optimistic about Yi Xingqian, but it was impossible for the sect of all times to book all 50 places. If they encountered Chu Wan Ji, some disciples would definitely be eliminated. Enter. At this time, Jun Changshao snapped his fingers. The participating disciples led by Lu Qianshan and Li Qingyang stepped in. On the way, Night Emperor quietly put the magically modified stereo on his shoulder back into his spatial ring. They were going to the competition area. Go Xing went to the spectator area. Because Gu Tianqing had led them to register, their seats were next to each other. Uncle. Jun Changshao sat down, put his hands behind his back, leaned his head forward, and put his legs on the stand in front of him. He smiled and said, "I'm not late, am I?" Just in time, Gu Tianqing said. Jun Changshao released his spiritual sense and spread it to the young martial artists in the corner of the venue. He said, "These are the geniuses of the heaven-crossing realm?" "Yes. They're a little ordinary." Gu Tianqing pointed to Chu Wan Ji, who stood out among the crowd, and said, "This person is the #1 genius of the heaven-crossing realm. If your disciples encounter him, they will definitely be eliminated, even if it's Yi Xingqian." "Is that so?" Jun Changshao looked at him and said, "This person is indeed a little complicated, but I'm afraid he won't be a threat to Yi Xingqian." Gu Tianqing realized that this kid was too good at acting, so he chose to remain silent and wait for the preliminaries to begin. Jun Changshao didn't say anything. He muttered to himself, "Should I take this opportunity to advertise?" When it came to advertisements, the cultivators of Falling Star Continent felt their scalps go numb. This was because in the past, dragons and tigers contending for supremacy were simply unbearable and painful memories. Even now, great senior Imperial City Lord Han was still immersed in the advertisements, unable to extricate himself. "Forget it." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Leave it to fate." Now, he didn't care about the number of disciples. He only wanted talented teenagers. Therefore, when he recruited them, he looked at their faces. What's more, there were so many teenagers from the eternal world coming to the sect every year, so the sect was completely self-sufficient. More and more geniuses entered the participant area. They were either standing alone or in groups of 2 or 3. All of them looked at the dozens of sect of all times disciples gathered in the corner with peculiar gazes. If it wasn't for the fact that the universe holy battle was a one-on-one competition, everyone might have suspected that these weirdly dressed disciples were here to fight in a group. Senior apprentice brother. Li Tian said, I'm a little excited. He had participated in competitions before, but this was the first time he participated in such a high-level competition, especially with nearly 1 million spectators sitting around him. Therefore, he was very nervous. Treat it as if you're sparring with your fellow disciples, Li Qingyang said. Li Tian scratched his head and said, it depends on who I'm sparring with. If it's senior apprentice brother Yi, he'll definitely explode. Sima Zhongda, Hualing, and the others agreed. If it were their fellow disciples sparring with each other, it wouldn't be a big problem. However, if it was a core disciple like Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji, it wouldn't be a sparring, but a beating. It's not a big problem. Su Xiaomua said, these contestants shouldn't be at junior apprentice brother Ye's level. You can fight without any worries. That's good. Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief and continued to look at the contestants in the distance. He couldn't help but look at Chu Wan Ji. Seeing that she was calm, he immediately straightened his chest and raised his head. He represented the sect of all times. How could he lose to others in terms of momentum before the competition started? Everyone. At this moment, the person in charge of the preliminaries, Li Renfu, appeared in the center of the venue and said loudly, Welcome to the 11th Universe Sacred War, the preliminaries of the Crossing Heaven domain. Next, there will be a competition for 50 spots to advance. Aha, everyone yawned. They wanted to see the competition start immediately instead of listening to such a boring opening. All the contestants are in position. Please look at the big screen. Li Renfu turned around. A stream of light gradually gathered in midair. On it, there were 2 names filled in. Jun Changshao said in surprise, the preliminaries don't choose the opponents, but directly decided by the officials. Gu Tianqing said, that's right. From the screen, it could be seen that the competition was divided into many groups. The warriors of each group that advanced would fight against the warriors of another group, and so on until they reached the end, which was equivalent to obtaining a spot to advance. Strange. Jun Changshao found a problem. The 45 disciples that he had signed up for were all divided into different groups. If they fought round by round, they could all obtain a spot. They wouldn't meet their fellow disciples in the process and successfully avoid internal conflicts. Uncle. Jun Changshao said, they separated all my disciples. It's obvious that they did it on purpose. Some time ago, Li Renfu looked for me. Gu Tianqing explained, he said that your sect of all times has registered too many disciples. In order to avoid meeting each other in the round, they had to be separated. If you want to obtain a spot, you have to fight your way out. Jun Changshao was speechless. The officials suspected that he had registered so many disciples and hoped that they would meet each other in the competition and then let some of them advance. Sigh. Go Sheng shook his head and said, you're measuring the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. All right. Since they were all separated, he could book the whole place. Jun Changshao was quite supportive of the officials' grouping, which seemed to prevent the sect of all times disciples from cheating. At least they didn't have to worry about internal conflicts, so all the disciples could obtain a spot. Come on, come on. Jun Changshao's eyes blazed with passion as he said, I can't wait to see all the disciples successfully advance. Gu Tianqing shook his head and pointed to the group at the bottom left corner of the screen. Your disciple, Li Tian, will face Chu Wan Ji in the first round. Don't dream of advancing all the way. After his reminder, Jun Changxiao realized that Li Tiantian's group and his first opponent was actually Chu Wan Ge. So he covered his face and said, "It's over." Of course, Gu Tianqing said. In his opinion, if he met Yi Xingqian, the two might have a fierce battle. It was hard to say who would win. But if he met other disciples, especially non-core disciples, he would definitely be finished. Uncle. Jun Changxiao added, "When I said it's over, I meant," after a pause, he said, "Chu Wan Ge." Gu Tianqing reached out and pulled his face, roaring, "Will you die if you don't show off?" Chapter 1798. Because the qualifiers had been divided into groups in advance, there was no need to waste time and ink to draw lots, which saved a lot of time. However, the contestants found their names one after another. After confirming that their first opponent was not Chu Wan Ge, they all breathed a sigh of relief. No matter who they met, they could not meet him. Otherwise, they would be defeated in one move, not even having a chance to make it to the second round. Li Shangtian. This name is very funny. Sect of all times disciple. He's quite unlucky to meet Chu Yizhao in the first round. Everyone looked at the Sect of all times disciples with gloating eyes, hoping to find Li Shangtian among them. They wanted to see what kind of expression he would have. Senior brother. Li Shangtian said, "My opponent seems to be very strong." "It's not a big problem," Li Qingyang said. Li Shangtian was speechless. For core disciples like them, this qualifier was not a problem. However, he was a newbie, and it was his first time participating in such a grand competition. "Contestants, please take your positions." At this time, Li Renfu shouted loudly. "Let's go." Li Qingyang and the others shook their heads and shrugged their shoulders. They gave each other an encouraging look and walked to their respective groups. Many contestants were paying attention. When they saw Li Shangtian walking to the east, they were certain that he was the unlucky guy who met Chu Yizhao in the first round. As a top genius of the crossing heaven world, Chu Wan Ge was definitely the most popular in the qualifiers. Anyone who met him would definitely be eliminated. Sigh. Gu Tianqing shook his head. "Brat, your plan to book the whole place is a goner." "Is that so?" A smile appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. He did not refute. If he wanted others to believe him, he had to prove it with his strength. There were many small arenas in the venue. Contestants from various groups gathered nearby. They were all busy warming up, and even their blood was starting to boil. Make a name for yourself. It would start with the qualifiers. On the contrary, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were calmer. After joining the Sect of all times, they had experienced all kinds of competitions. They were already as calm as still water, unless they met a strong opponent. "How boring," Yi Xingqian said coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to go through the procedures to enter the main competition, he wouldn't have participated in the preliminaries because the contestants were too trashy. The first pair of contestants in each group. Get on the stage. Schwa. Schwa. Geniuses of all shapes and sizes ascended the stage one after another. Since there were too many disciples of the Sect of all times who had signed up, it was inevitable that someone would take the lead. Who? He Wudi. He stood in the arena and thought to himself, "You clearly want to keep a low profile. Why are you taking the lead?" He Wudi stole a glance at Jun Changxiao on the spectator stand and saw him smiling at him. He said helplessly, "I can only follow the Patriarch's orders." The first round of the Universe Holy War preliminaries begins now. Li Renfu announced. Who? Who? In the blink of an eye, the auras of the dozens of arenas erupted. The contestants first cupped their hands politely and then began the fierce battle. It had to be said that the martial artists who dared to sign up for the competition were not weak. They were all in the truth-seeking realm, and some of them were even at the upper level or even the peak level. Boom! Boom! The battle on the 12th arena was the most exciting. The two contestants both unleashed their strongest cultivation and performed all kinds of martial arts. It was an exciting battle. Of course. Most of the audience's attention was focused on the 9th arena, on Wuxia. Daring to let so many disciples participate, did the sect of all times really have the ability, or did they purposely make up the numbers? Boom! Boom! The battle began. The contestant named Do Haitao performed a fierce palm technique right from the start. Wuxia kept retreating and even looked extremely embarrassed. Everyone's mouth twitched. Do Haitao was only average among all the contestants. He was suppressed right from the start. The sect of all times was indeed here to make fun of him. Kid! Gu Tianqing said in a deep voice, your disciple is only at this level. Uncle. Jun Changshao said, look back. Look my ass. Gu Tianqing yelled, he's suppressed right from the start. Do you think he can fight back? Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the arena. Do Haitao staggered a few steps back. Gu Tianqing was stunned. He had been watching the entire fight and had clearly seen Wuxia throw out a punch in a moment of panic, accidentally breaking his opponent's move and even striking his opponent's chest. Look! Jun Changshao said, isn't it better now? Gu Tianqing shook his head and said, he was lucky once, but can he be lucky again? That was right. Wuxia was suppressed by his opponent, but he always broke his opponent's move in an incredible way at the critical moment. Gu Tianqing's expression became interesting. It was understandable that he was lucky once, but it was strange that he was lucky multiple times. Or was his opponent deliberately hiding his strength? Impossible. Gu Tianqing immediately denied. This guy should be really lucky. As a top powerhouse in the upper universe, he was very good at reading people. He would never believe that Wuxia was deliberately acting. In fact, he was acting. Because it was so real, there were no flaws. Boom! After fighting for a while, Wuxia pretended to be in a difficult situation and knocked Do Haitao out of the arena. Then, he sat on the ground and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This was to tell the audience that although he won, it was a fluke. Sure enough. Everyone believed it and thought that he was too lucky. Do Haitao, who was knocked out of the arena, was so angry that his face turned red. From the beginning to the end, he clearly had the upper hand, but he still lost in the end. The winner of group number 9, Wuxia. The second team of each group, come on stage. From the referee's shout, it was not difficult to see that the other groups had already determined the winner. Wuxia was too engrossed in acting and had unknowingly delayed a lot of time. The second team of each group went on stage one after another. For this match, Yixingchen was the one to fight. The proud Knight Emperor waited for the referee to announce the start of the match. He instantly approached his opponent and threw a punch. How could fast be described? Just as the referee announced the start of the match, before the final note disappeared, the match had already ended. It took no more than a second. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, Star and Invincible are simply two extremes. One attacked, one defended. Yixingchen and Xiao Ziji. One was wild, one was lazy. Yixingchen and Wuxia. Including the time when he went to Zi's bed when he was drunk, Knight Emperor could be said to be made of iron. They were from the same sect of all times and could be said to be the strongest couple among the sect of all times disciples. Thud. After winning, Yixingchen walked down from the arena. Because his performance was too strong, the other contestants all avoided him, fear in their eyes. It's over. Someone wailed in his heart, my opponent in the next round is him. The match continued. The disciples of the sect of all times went on stage one after another, letting the audience know that Wuxia was the only weak one. The other contestants were very strong and often defeated their opponents with instant kills. For example, the snow-white Lu Qianshan and the impregnable Xiao Ziji. There's no suspense. There's simply a bunch of monsters. We can only depend on Chu Wan Ge. While everyone was discussing, Li Renfu announced, the last contestants of each group, come on stage. The highlight is here. Everyone locked their eyes on the 8th arena and looked at Chu Wan Ge, who represented the hope of the crossing heaven realm. Jun Changshao clasped his fingers together and smiled. As long as the heavens defeat this person, they can announce the end of the preliminaries in advance. Chapter 1799. In the first round of the competition, all the disciples of the sect of all times had successfully advanced to the next round. Gu Tianqing was a little stunned. Not only him, but the audience was also stunned. This was mainly because Wudi, who was the first to fight, was too weak. Even if he won the competition, it was just a fluke. Therefore, it created the illusion that the disciples of the sect of all times were looking for trouble. After watching the first round of the competition, many of the participants were more or less relieved. That disciple was lucky, but how could the other disciples be? As long as they took it seriously and avoided mistakes like Do Haidao, it would be easy to defeat them. In the end, when they were knocked out of the arena, the geniuses of the crossing heaven world were all dumbfounded. There was only one thing in their minds. The disciples of the sect of all times were too strong. This kind of strength was overwhelming. For example, Li Qingyang, although he was also hiding his cultivation level, it was not as exaggerated as Wudi's. He could still bring terrifying pressure to his opponents. Brat! Gu Tianqing said with a serious look, how did you train these disciples? It was understandable that one or two were strong. It was unbelievable that dozens of disciples were so strong. Uncle. Jun Changshao said, there are no shortcuts in the path of martial arts. They have achieved what they have today because of their perseverance. The system wanted to complain, but it did not know where to start. That makes sense. Gu Tianqing nodded in agreement. He had already started to imagine that this group of young disciples of the sect of all times must have gone through a lot in their short lives. They must have put in a lot of sweat under the setting sun. Unfortunately, Gu Tianqing looked at Li Tiantian, who was in the arena, and shook his head. Hard work is admirable, but it is nothing in front of outstanding talent. Obviously. He still thought highly of Chu Wan Ge. Jun Changshao did not say anything. He did not want to refute Gu Tianqing's words, because the best proof was through actions. In the arena, Li Tiantian jumped up, tripped on his left foot, and fell. Many people started to grin. It hadn't even started, and he was already acting so scared. They misunderstood. Li Tiantian wasn't afraid. He was just too nervous, so he made a small mistake that shouldn't have happened. Why would he be nervous? Because this was his first time participating in such a big competition, especially when his fellow disciples had all finished and successfully advanced to the next round, the pressure on him was naturally even greater. Relax. Li Tiantian secretly said, don't be nervous. Junior brother. Outside the arena, Li Qingyang encouraged him telepathically, you can do it. Yi Xingqian leaned against the corner of the wall with his arms crossed. If you lose to him, I'll help you kill him. The expressions of Li Qingyang and the others became interesting. After interacting with him for so long, they naturally knew that Yi Xingqian was actually concerned about his junior brother, but his words were really inauspicious. Who? Li Tianshang took a deep breath and his nervousness gradually dissipated. He then looked at Chu Wanga and cupped his fists. Disciple of the sect of all times, Li Tianshang. Please enlighten me. It was a simple self-introduction, but it contained a firm and unyielding character. However, in the eyes of the audience and Gu Tianqing, this performance was like a recruit who knew that he would die but could only bite the bullet and go to the battlefield. Please. Chu Wanga's tone was gentle. Although he was known as the #1 genius of the heaven-crossing realm, there was no arrogance in him at all. He didn't even look down on Li Tianshang when he tripped. He was humble, polite, and gentle. It was no wonder that Gu Tianxing was convinced that he could win against such a genius. Not bad. Jun Changshao gave a compliment. Since transmigrating to the other world, he had met many geniuses of all shapes and sizes. It was rare to see a genius with such a low profile and inner character. Most of them relied on their talent and identity to be arrogant. Of course. Praise was one thing. Since they met in the arena, there had to be a winner. Li Tianshang also understood this, so after greeting each other, he rushed over first. Heaven-crossing palm print. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Palm prints gathered in the air and pressed down on Chu Wanga first. Boom boom boom. The arena began to tremble slightly under the explosive bombardment, but there were no signs of collapse because the array masters had stabilized it in advance. This guy doesn't seem weak either. Seeing the violent airwaves caused by the battle, the audience was stunned. The corner of Gu Tianqing's mouth twitched. Uncle. Jun Changshao said, the show has just begun. Whoosh! Li Tiansheng instantly blended into the airwaves. Boom! Boom! Fierce bombardment came from the inside, causing airwaves to spread out one after another, filling more than half of the arena. Boom! After a while, there was a muffled sound that seemed to come from the collision of palms. Li Tiansheng and Chu Wanga retreated from the airwaves. One retreated 7 or 8 meters, while the other retreated more than 10 meters. Young Master Chu lost. How is this possible? Everyone's eyes widened. According to the previous competitions, Chu Wanga's opponent should have been defeated at this moment. But judging from the current situation, not only did he not win, he didn't even get the upper hand. Phew! Li Tiansheng breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, I thought he was as strong as senior brother Yi, but now it seems that he's not that strong. He heard everyone talking about Chu Wanga clearly, so he was very serious at the beginning of the battle, fearing that his opponent was too strong for him to handle. But the result? After a simple exchange of blows, he found that his opponent was just as so. In fact, Chu Wanga was very strong. He was already an excellent representative at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, but Li Tiansheng, who was also at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, was even better. To be exact, any peak truth-seeking realm cultivator who came out of the sect of all times was unfathomable. After all, they had experienced all kinds of trials and explored all kinds of secret realms. To put it simply, if you're talented, I'm a cheat. Of course. It wasn't about being opportunistic. In fact, whether it was a core disciple or an outer disciple, after joining the sect of all times, even with all kinds of resources, their cultivation intensity was hundreds or thousands of times higher than others. They could achieve what they had today partly because of the various martial arts facilities, but it was also inseparable from their own efforts. As for Jun Changshao, forget it. This is a real cheat. Don't hold back. Scold him all you want. In that case, Li Tiansheng shook his shoulders and head and said, why don't we end the battle quickly? Chu Wanga frowned slightly. Whoosh! At this moment, Li Tiansheng took a step forward and squatted down. His hands quickly formed a complicated seal, and a vast amount of energy quickly gathered in the air. 9 dragon splitting palm. He Wudi said. Li Qingyang was speechless. Junior brother is too reckless. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Li Tiansheng's complicated seals were formed frequently, the air waves in the arena gathered, revealing a vast aura of dragon power. The whole venue was silent. At that moment, the powerful aura that spread out shocked everyone, including Gu Tianqing. Rising Dragon Lord of Mount Lu. At this moment, Li Qianshang's hands blasted the void. A dragon roared and rushed toward Chu Wanga with a vast pressure. This is 9 dragons splitting palm. He woody roared. Boom! In an instant, a deafening explosion was heard. The arena was suddenly covered in a dazzling light, forcing the spectators to raise their wrists subconsciously to block the strong light. At the same time, huge waves arose in their hearts. What kind of martial art is this? It's so terrifying. The light on the arena shone for a while before gradually fading. When everyone looked over, they saw Li Qianshang standing in the same place. A deep and long trench appeared in front of him. The trench not only covered the area where Chu Wanga was, but also extended to the outer wall of the venue. It's over. Jun Changshao stood up with a smile on his face. Gu Tianqing didn't say anything because he was completely dumbfounded. Because Chu Wanga was sunk in the outer wall and had fainted. The number 1 genius of the crossing heaven field. Chu Wanga, nicknamed Chuizhao, was defeated by a disciple of the sect of all times in one move. Winner: Li Qianshang. When the referee announced the result of the battle, Li Qianshang, who was standing proudly in the arena, first looked at his senior brothers and sisters, then looked at Jun Changshao in the spectator stand and shouted, "Disciple Qianshang did not disappoint you." Chapter 1800. Li Tiantian's roar seemed to be venting his emotions. He was telling the world that although he was born ordinary, he still shone brightly in the sky. Junior brother Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others smiled. They were proud of Li Tiantian's victory. However, they could not smile in the next second because his opponent suddenly collapsed on the ground. In the past 5 years of cultivation, the disciples of the sect of all times had been comprehending the 9 dragons splitting palm. Although they had some gains, they had only scratched the surface. Therefore, Li Tiantian had used up most of the energy in his energy center to defeat Chu Wan Ge. In short, the more pretentious he was just now, the more powerful he was now. Fuck. Jun Changshao sat down and clasped his hands together. He roared in his heart. He used a big move at the beginning of the match and played himself weak. What about the rest of the match? Contestant, can you still get off the stage yourself? The referee asked. Yes, Li Tiantian panted a little and stood up with difficulty. He walked down the stage step by step. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji hurried over to support him, afraid that he would fall again. Senior brother, did I go too far? Yes. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji said in unison. The first round of each group ended. However, the entire venue was silent as if someone had pressed the pause button. The male martial artists watching the match widened their eyes, while the female martial artists covered their mouths in disbelief as they watched Chu Wan Ge being carried away by the officials. The hope of the crossing heaven realm was defeated by a seemingly insignificant disciple of the sect of all times just like that. Uncle. Jun Changshao waved his hand in front of Gu Tianqing's eyes. Are you okay? Uncle Gu turned his head stiffly and said, May I ask what rank this Li Tiantian is in your sect of all times? Inner sect. What about Yixingchen? Core sect. Gu Tianqing was silent. Suddenly, he stood up, grabbed his collar and shook him. He roared, Do you think I'll believe that an inner disciple is stronger than a core disciple? Jun Changshao foamed at the mouth and his eyelids rolled up due to the frequency and magnitude of the shaking. Gu Tianqing felt that Li Tiantian was stronger than Yixingchen because the martial art he used was too terrifying. In fact, all core disciples had comprehended the 9 dragons splitting palm, but they disdained to use it in the preliminaries. The crossing heaven world's hope had been defeated, which brought a heavy blow to all the martial artists. At the same time, it also shocked the participants who had passed the first round. At this moment, they looked at the disciples of the sect of all times as if they were looking at a demon. They howled in their hearts, "I can't see any hope of advancing at all." That was right. There was no hope at all. Next, Li Renfu announced the start of the second, third, and fourth rounds. The images that appeared were all of the Sect of All Time's disciples advancing easily. He Wudi was still the same. Although he won the competition in the end, he always gave people the feeling that he was lucky. Night Emperor was still as strong as ever. Anyone who walked onto the stage was quickly defeated. Some people might be worried about whether Li Tiantian could still do it. Men could not be doubted. Therefore, he ate a pill to recover his spiritual energy and continued to walk onto the stage. He defeated his opponent with his unyielding fists. Logically speaking, with so much spiritual energy, the fight should be very difficult. In fact, the victories were relatively easy. This was nothing more than defeating the favorite of the preliminaries in one move. To be precise, he used the strongest participant of the Crossing Heaven world to show off his strength to the other participants. They were scared to death every time they went up to fight. First group, He Wudi. The second group advanced to the next round. Li Qingyang. Third group, 50th group, Li Tiantian. After an intense competition, the 50 spots for the preliminaries were all out. Jun Changshao was right. All the disciples of the Sect of All Times who signed up for the competition received a spot. They had really booked the whole place. Unfortunately, 5 spots were missing. Otherwise, they would all be taken down. "Uncle," Go Xing said, "I mean what I say." Gu Tianqing did not say anything. At this moment, he was already shocked by the performance of the disciples of the Sect of All Times. The disciples of the Sect of All Times were really a bunch of monsters. Ha! Suddenly, Gu Tianqing looked up and laughed. The purpose of the universe sacred battle was for the strong to advance and the weak to be eliminated. The disciples of the Sect of All Times were so strong and had defeated the number 1 genius of the Crossing Heaven world in seconds. If they participated in the galaxy competition, they would definitely achieve extraordinary results and bring glory to our world. June Patriarch. Gu Tianqing said, "In the galaxy competition 3 years later, whether our Crossing Heaven world can achieve a better ranking will depend on the disciples of the Sect of All Times." Are you serious? Jun Changshao was speechless. We have to wait for another 3 years. Ding! Epic mission activated. Another mission, damn. Epic mission. Jun Changshao almost flew out of his seat. After completing the main mission in the upper world and advancing to half-step Fecta, the epic mission never appeared again. His realm remained stagnant for hundreds of chapters. Today, it finally came. Schwa. Jun Changshao quickly pulled out the system interface and clicked on the epic mission. Upper Universe Epic Mission 1. Mission details: the Universe Sacred Battle is the highest standard martial arts feast in the upper universe. Host must bring disciples to participate in the galaxy competition and obtain a ticket to the Sacred Battle. Mission requirements: Sacred Battle Ticket 0/2. Mission reward: Sacred Battle Ticket. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "Uncle, have you heard of it?" Gu Tianqing said, "In 3 years, the Canyin faculty will hold the galaxy competition. Only the top 10 participants will be able to obtain a ticket and participate in the Universe Sacred Battles finals as seeds. Only 10 tickets. The top 10 geniuses will be able to enter the Sacred Battles finals directly. The others will be able to enter through the revival battle." Okay. Jun Changshao said seriously, 3 years later, our Sect of All Times will do our best and not disappoint Uncle. The epic mission was related to one's realm. After waiting for so long, it was finally here. Not to mention the geniuses participating in the Universe Sacred Battle, even the Patriarch would participate in the Universe Deity Battle. Schwa. The scene suddenly changed from the crossing heaven world to the vast universe, and the words 3 years later appeared below. Xiao, in the endless universe, eternal flew rapidly and then merged into a plane even bigger than the crossing heaven world. This was the upper primordial world. One of the strongest planes in the Tsanyin faculty. The location of the galaxy competition of the universe sacred battle. Damn! So beautiful. After coming down from Eternal, Su Xiaomua and the others looked at the various battleships flying in the sky and the mountains floating in the sky. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Calm down. Jun Changshao said. It was undeniable that the upper primordial world was stronger than the crossing heaven world. The environment could be described as heaven-defying. But after all, they had been traveling the universe for many years and had learned to be calm. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a roar that sounded like a dragon or a tiger was heard. Jun Changshao looked up and saw several huge dragon and tiger beasts flying in the sky, carrying handsome men and beautiful women. It could be said that they were full of immortals. TSK, one of them glanced at Eternal and said indifferently, "There are still people flying ships these days." Jun Changshao was speechless. "We are being mocked." Gu Tianqing said with a solemn expression, "These are dragon and tiger immortal beasts. It is hard to find even a few of them in the entire upper universe. For them to be used as mounts, their identities are probably not ordinary." Who? At this time, a majestic aura appeared beside him. Gu Tianqing hurriedly turned around and saw a huge dragon beast with 9 horns on its head surrounded by lightning. 9-horned thundercloud dragon. The passers-by exclaimed. "Uncle!" Jun Changshao, who was sitting on top, waved his hand and said, "Come up quickly." The corner of Gu Tianqing's mouth twitched. The 9-horned thundercloud dragon was much more precious than the dragon and tiger immortal beasts, but it always liked to live alone and had a proud personality. How could it be willing to be a human's mount? This question needed to be answered by the prison trio. Roar! After carrying Gu Tianqing and the group of disciples, the 9-horned thundercloud dragon's lightning effect was fully activated and quickly caught up with the dragon and tiger immortal beasts flying in front of them. TSK. The moment they overtook, Jun Changshao looked at the group of handsome men and beautiful women and said, "Good. Go." Chapter 1801. As the main venue of the universe Holy War Galaxy, the upper primordial realm had already gathered forces and powerhouses from various planes. They had to report to the main city, so naturally, they couldn't do without transportation. After all, it was too cheap to walk or fly. At this moment, the sky was filled with all kinds of fancy and precious birds and beasts. Some had flames under their feet, some had water ripples all over their bodies, and each was richer than the last. On the contrary, if you wanted to drive a warship, you would be too embarrassed to greet others. Jun Changshao was a typical example. When he arrived on Eternal, he was immediately looked down upon by a group of handsome men and beautiful women. Sigh. Go Sheng was helpless. He could only summon the 9-horned thundercloud dragon. Among all kinds of beasts, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly the thunder type. This was because the special effects of lightning were completely incomparable to flames and water ripples. Sizzle. 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 The 9-horned thundercloud dragon carried Go Sheng and the others through the sky. Just the electric arcs along its path were so magnificent. Great Go! The arrogance of the handsome men and beautiful women who were overtaken was instantly shattered. Their expressions were uglier than the last. The dragon-tiger immortal beast was not bad. However, the 9-horned thundercloud dragon was trash. When it sensed the dragon aura that was purer than its own, fear and inferiority appeared in its eyes. It gradually lowered its head. Was this the end of the face-slapping? No. It had just begun. Roar! A thunderous roar sounded in the sky. The handsome men and beautiful women were so shocked that they all turned to look. Sizzle. 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 Another gigantic demonic beast covered in thunder and lightning flew over. Li Qingyang stood on the head of his life contract beast with his hands behind his back and shouted, "Patriarch, wait for me." "This is," Gu Tianqing was surprised. "A thunder caltrop beast?" The thunder caltrop beast was not a particularly rare beast in the upper universe. Its level was even lower than the dragon tiger immortal beast. However, what shocked Mr. Gu was that this beast's aura seemed to have reached half-step heavenly secrets. Impossible. How can a demonic beast of this level have the strength of a half-step? In Gu Tianqing's knowledge, even for a high-grade thunder caltrop beast, reaching the peak of the truth-seeking stage was already commendable. Indeed. Throughout the ages, the strongest powerhouse of the Thunder Rhombus clan was only equivalent to the peak of the truth-seeking realm. As for the half-step heavenly secret realm, they had never reached that level. Many races had bottlenecks. It wasn't that they didn't work hard enough, but due to the limitations of their species and bloodline, it was destined that they wouldn't be able to reach a higher level. Today, a thunder caltrop beast flew through the air, possessing an aura no weaker than a half-step heavenly fate human. This greatly shocked Gu Tianqing and all the experts from the other planes. The reason why Li Qingyang's contracted beast was so strong was because the two of them had signed a life contract, sharing the same realm and strength. Gu Tianqing did not know that the second disciple of the sect of all times was a genuine half-step Fecta stage expert. He also did not know that the two of them had signed a life contract. Otherwise, he would not have been so surprised. "Hurry up." Jun Changshao, who was flying in front, said. The expressions on the handsome men and beautiful women's faces were interesting again. Obviously, they had learned from the man that Jun Changshao was the patriarch. He was riding an extremely rare dragon beast, and his disciple was riding a mount stronger than the dragon tiger immortal beast. This was simply a woo roar. Suddenly, another roar of a demonic beast resounded. The handsome men and beautiful women turned around stiffly. Several beasts with auras no weaker than the peak of the truth-seeking realm appeared in their vision. There were phoenixes that looked like ice sculptures, mighty beasts that gathered whirlwinds under their feet, huge beasts that looked like huskies, crayfish, crabs, whoosh. Whoosh. They flew over quickly, surrounding the dragon tiger immortal beast and maintaining the same speed. Su Xiaomua, Xiao Ziji, and the others, who were standing on their own life contract beasts, said in unison, "Patriarch, wait for your disciple." The handsome men and beautiful women were instantly scared to tears. These martial artists riding the arrogant mounts turned out to be the disciples of the person who looked down on them just now. Jun Changshao had just arrived and was mocked for driving a lousy car. At his command, the core disciples all surrounded him in a limited edition sports car. "Are you afraid?" Whoosh! Whoosh! The nine-horned thundercloud dragon flew in the sky with lightning special effects. Jun Changshao stood between the two horns and proudly crossed his arms. The wind blew away his hair, revealing a face that looked down on the world. The disciples rode on their life-bonded beasts and followed closely behind. They were arranged in the shape of a human. One of them was the dragon tiger immortal beast. The handsome men and beautiful women sitting on it hugged each other and shivered. Tears were rolling in their eyes. "Little guy. Still showing off. Who is that?" The one sitting on the thundercloud seems to be the leader of the League of Stars and Seas in the heaven-crossing realm, right? No wonder he's so arrogant. Jun Changshao was riding the coolest nine-horned thundercloud dragon, and there were all kinds of special effects beasts behind him. He instantly became the center of attention. Sigh. Gu Tianqing shook his head. Although he wasn't used to such a high-profile way, to be honest, he was quite proud of himself. "Kid. If your disciples can get good results in the main competition, I'll be even more pleased. Please rest assured. Jun Changshao said seriously, they will be the most handsome in the main competition. After he said that, Li Qingyang and the others behind him were looking at him with burning eyes. They longed for more intense battles and stronger opponents. If they didn't satisfy them in the preliminaries, they should be able to fulfill their wish in the main competition. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light flew from afar, sometimes merging into the sky and sometimes drifting in the air. Zhou Hong turned around. It was a graceful woman with long hair fluttering in the wind. She was wearing smart clothes that outlined her perfect figure. The flying sword under her feet exuded an extraordinary aura. If Jun Changxiao's nine-horned thundercloud dragon was a limited edition sports car, then this sword was a limited edition sports car. It was as fast as lightning in the sky, and its speed wasn't inferior at all. Whoosh! The flying sword accelerated and took a detour to overtake. The moment it rushed over, the woman turned her head and glanced at the nine-horned thundercloud dragon before looking at Zhou Hong. She blinked her eyes playfully. The process happened very quickly. By the time Zhou Hong's gaze caught up, the flying sword had already overtaken him. As for the other party's actions, they were imprinted in his mind like a painting. TSK. Jun Changshao looked at the sword light flying further and further away and said, "What a wild girl." "This woman's name is Jian Xiaohong," Gu Tianqing said. Jun Changshao said, "What a simple name. Although the name is ordinary, the surname is very sacred," Gu Tianqing said. "Oh." Jun Changshao said, "I'd like to hear the details." Tens of thousands of years ago, a warrior named Jian Guishu appeared in the Ash Cloud lineage. He created his own Guishu sword technique and swept through the top sword cultivators of various major planes without a single defeat. He was respected by the world as the Guishu sword sage. As Gu Tianqing spoke, Zhou Hong listened carefully. This was because he was interested in anything related to the sword Dao. After that, Gu Tianqing said, Jian Guishu couldn't find an opponent. He stood in the Ash Cloud lineage universe and slashed through the void with his sword. Since then, he sealed his sword and went into seclusion, no longer interfering in the affairs of the martial world. Is he that strong? Jun Changshao was stunned. In the lower realm, he had also killed the Star Spirit World warriors. He had once slashed through the void with his sword, but that was in a low-level environment. If it was in the upper realm, he would definitely not be able to do it. This Jian Xiaohong is Jian Guishu's granddaughter. As for that flying sword, it's the Guishu sword. It's said to be ranked first in the Ash Cloud lineage's sword chart, Gu Tianqing said. No wonder it flew so fast. Besides, Gu Tianqing added, this woman is one of the favorites to win this year's interstellar tournament. So she's also a participant. Jun Changshao looked at Zhou Hong and asked, how do you feel? Very strong. Chapter 1802. How do you feel? Very strong. The moment Jian Xiaohong overtook him, Zhou Hong felt an extremely strong sword principle aura, so he was eager to fight with her. I'm not asking about your strength. Then what is it? It's a feeling. Very strong. Jun Changshao leaned on the dragon horn and said speechlessly, is this guy pretending to be confused? Jian Xiaohong blinked at Zhou Hong. He naturally caught it, so he asked how he felt. This feeling was not about his cultivation, but... was he electrocuted? Was there any resonance? Sigh. The system was speechless. A person who has always been avoiding his own feelings is especially concerned about his disciples' feelings. Was Zhou Hong deliberately pretending to be confused? No. He really did not know. As for the scene of Jian Xiaohong blinking, it was not that spring had come. He simply felt that she was a sword principle expert and had to be respected. A sword cultivator. He only had eyes for the sword. Therefore, after joining the sect of all times, Zhou Hong had been cultivating sword principle alone. He did not speak to his fellow disciples year after year. He was no different from a blockhead. In other words, in the entire sect, only Li Qingyang and Su Xiaomo were normal. One dared to kiss his fiancée in front of everyone, while the other lived together in the eternal world for 5 years. As for the other male disciples, they were almost the same as Go Sheng. The most outstanding one was none other than Yi Xingchen. Kid. Gu Tianqing said in a serious tone, if your disciple wants to win the championship, he has to defeat this favorite. Is there a problem? Jun Changshao looked at Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong thought for a moment and said, I have to fight to be sure. He did not think that the woman's sword chi was the strongest at the moment, so he naturally would not make a conclusion about the unknown. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, one after another, warriors controlled strange flying treasures to overtake them. They looked very young and should not be more than 1,000 years old. Uncle. Jun Changshao asked, are these the contestants? Yes. Gu Tianqing pointed at the tokens hanging from everyone's waists and said, these are the outstanding geniuses who obtained a spot in the preliminaries. It's just a galactic competition. Won't there be more experts in the finals 2 years later? Jun Changshao asked. Of course. Gu Tianqing said, based on the previous 10 tournaments, the geniuses who have made it to the finals already possess strength second only to the half-step heavenly secret realm. No half-step? Yes. Gu Tianqing said, but it's relatively small. That's true. Jun Changshao thought to himself, Yi Xingchen and the others have been stuck at the peak of the truth-seeking realm for so many years without making a breakthrough. It will only be more difficult for the others. Don't think that way. The system promptly poured cold water on him. There are countless opportunities in the world. Even if your disciple didn't encounter one, perhaps a stone picked up by the roadside is a supreme artifact. This, Jun Changshao was speechless. Fate was something that was hard to predict. Take himself for example. If he wasn't lucky enough to travel to another world and activate the system, he would definitely be like what some readers said. Without the system, he wouldn't even be worth a fart. In a magnificent hall, a shaggy-haired man with a naked upper body and strange demon beast tattoos walked over and knelt on one knee. Godfather. Rise. A loud voice came from the hall. Because the camera was locked on the shaggy-haired man, it could only be determined that the speaker was a man, but not his appearance. Godfather. The man said respectfully, what orders do you have? I've helped you register for the Universe Holy War. Immediately set off for the Tsanyin Galaxy to participate in the competition. The loud voice came. Yes. The shaggy-haired man cupped his hands. Swift and fierce. The loud voice sounded. You're my favorite godson. You must win the championship in the galactic competition this time. The shaggy-haired man said with a firm gaze, I won't let you down. Let's go. Yes. The shaggy-haired man left the magnificent hall and walked to a spacious area. He summoned a spherical airbag and merged into it. Xiao, the airbag tore through the void and merged into the endless universe. Xiao. 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 Moments later, more airbags flew out of the plane and headed in different directions. The shaggy-haired man sat in the cockpit. He first locked onto the coordinates of the Tsanyin Galaxy on the star map. He then looked at the starry sky scene in front of the window. His gaze turned cold. I'll let Godfather know that I'm the best wolf in his wolf-rearing plan. I, swift and fierce, will win the championship of the Tsanyin Galaxy. Upper Primordial Realm. Jun Changshao stopped at the main city where the galactic competition was held. He then recalled the nine-horned thundercloud dragon and followed Gu Tianqing into the city. The passers-by started discussing. Oh my God, That big guy couldn't be the nine-horned thundercloud beast that was born in the thundercloud layer, right? Rare level demon beast. TSK, these people's identities aren't simple. Just as they were discussing, the dragon tiger immortal beast landed. The handsome man and beautiful woman on its back jumped down. Their legs couldn't stop shaking. Along the way, being surrounded by demon beasts with powerful auras, one could imagine how terrifying the pressure was. Xiao! Xiao! At this moment, dozens of martial artists wearing light blue clothes flew over. The men were handsome and extraordinary while the women were elegant and refined. Daoyuan Sect disciples. The passers-by's eyes were filled with admiration. The upper primordial realm was also a plane with many sections. The most powerful force was the Daoyuan Sect. The galactic competition was held here, so it was considered their home ground. Eldest senior brother. A Daoyuan Sect disciple said, "The elder has already booked a room. We just need to enter the city." The eldest senior brother who was standing in front of his fellow disciples nodded. Speaking of which, this person was emitting a cold aura. He should be an ice element martial cultivator. However, the smile on his face made people feel warm. Could this be the Daoyuan Sect's strongest disciple, Nangong Qingxian? That's him. Sure enough, his cold smile warms people's hearts. It's said that this Daoyuan Sect's eldest disciple and the ruins of N Sword Saint's granddaughter are the favorites to win this year's galactic competition. Boom! Boom! While everyone was discussing, the ground shook. Everyone looked back and saw a young man carrying a huge rock walking over on the official road under the setting sun. Behind him were sunken footprints. Make way! The passers-by moved aside. The young man walked to the city gate and held the token in his mouth. After the guard checked the authenticity, he glanced at the rock on his back and said, "You can go in, but you have to put this thing down." "All right." The young man let go. Boom! The rock that seemed to weigh 1,000 kilograms landed on the ground. It instantly shook the ground and stirred up dust. The passers-by waved their hands to disperse the dust. When the dust settled, they looked again and their eyes widened. Because half of the rock was sunken into the ground. Oh my God! How heavy must it be for it to crash into the ground when it landed? A top-notch martial cultivator. Everyone looked at the back of the young man who walked into the city. Once again, a respectful expression appeared on their faces. Did you see that? Jun Changshao, who had already found an inn to stay in, retracted his spiritual senses and looked at the several core disciples in the room. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the galactic competition. You must go all out on the day of the competition. Yes. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others said in unison. At that moment, their blood seemed to be burning as they looked forward to the competition held in a few days. Then, they would compete with their strong opponents. Invincible. Jun Changshao looked at Hiwudi, who had been silent from the beginning, and specially reminded him, "You have to be serious too." Swish. Hiwudi immediately stood up from where Guiyu was lying and said with his head held high, "This disciple will go all out." Chapter 1803. The interstellar competition was about to begin. More and more martial artists were pouring into the main city of the Upper Yuan realm. There were famous older generation powerhouses, as well as young and energetic rising stars. Experts were everywhere. Jun Changshao had nothing to do, so he brought rows of flowers to the bustling area to experience different local customs. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were temporarily staying in an inn. They spent most of their time resting. After all, they had to be in peak condition before the start of the competition. Sigh. Hiwudi lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. His expression was a little conflicted. He wanted to keep a low profile. However, the patriarch wanted him to keep a high profile. If not for the sect of all times, Wuxia would never participate in such a high-profile large-scale competition. Forget it, forget it. After thinking for a while, he got up and sat on the bed. He rubbed his face with both hands and said with a serious expression, "The patriarch has treated me well. I can only do my best." Wuxia had decided to seriously invest in the competition. However, he was still considering whether to continue the same path as in the qualifiers. No. In the competition 3 years ago, I stumbled all the way to the finals and became the focus of the competition. I have to control my strength in this competition. During the qualifiers, Wuxia had been deliberately suppressing his cultivation. He won with difficulty and luck every time. This aroused the audience's curiosity. His acting skills were impeccable. Even Gu Tianqing could not tell. However, Wuxia's original intention was to see himself as the most ordinary existence among the masses. In the end, things did not go as he wished. He became the focus of the audience because he was too lucky and won repeatedly. On the contrary. Although Yi Xingqian defeated his opponents quickly every time, everyone felt that it was boring after watching 3 to 5 matches. They were used to eating delicacies. It was actually quite good to have some pickled vegetables and radishes occasionally. Wuxia realized this, so he decided that when the competition started, he could not be too mediocre. He could use his strength to defeat his opponents appropriately so that he would not be noticed. In the city, Jun Changshao ate a piece of local specialty stinky tofu and felt that his soul was about to ascend to the heavens. Rows of flowers kept a distance from him and gently pinched her nose. "It's delicious." Jun Changshao brought over a serving and said, "Try it." Rows of flowers hurriedly took a few steps back. Obviously, she was very resistant to this kind of smelly food. "If you don't eat, I'll eat." Jun Changshao ate another serving and thought to himself, "If I had to choose, I would rather eat stinky tofu every day than eat that woman's dark cuisine." The two of them continued to stroll along the bustling streets. Because one was very handsome and the other was very beautiful, they naturally became the focus of the passers-by. "Brat!" Suddenly, a cold shout came from the street, "Are you blind?" Because his voice was too loud, it immediately attracted the attention of the passers-by. They all turned around to look. "Let's go." Jun Changshao said, "Let's go and take a look." Rose of Flowers was a little stunned because her husband took the initiative to take her hand and walk to the area where the passers-by were watching. "You bumped into me." "Bullshit, I walked out of the shop." "You were the one who bumped into me." Jun Changshao squeezed through the crowd with rows of flowers and saw a burly middle-aged man and a rather frail-looking man with disheveled hair standing outside a shop. "What do you want?" The disheveled man said lightly. "Compensate me." The middle-aged man always had a fierce look. At first glance, it was obvious that he was the kind of man with a bad temper. "How much?" 1,000 spirit stones. "Here." The disheveled man waved his hand and threw a fist-sized spirit stone, saying, "Keep the change." When the passers-by saw this, they shook their heads and said, "This brat is too cowardly." In fact, many witnesses saw that the middle-aged man bumped into him head-on. It even felt like he did it on purpose. In the end, the person who was bumped into took the initiative to compensate. Holding the primordial stone that was more precious than 1,000 spirit stones, the middle-aged man's expression was a little stunned. He didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. If he had known, he would have asked for more. "Stop!" The middle-aged man shouted, "I said 1,000 primordial stones." Jun Changshao was speechless. This guy clearly said 1,000 spirit stones, but suddenly changed his mind and asked for primordial stones. It was clearly extortion. As a peer, Gou Xing despised him. The disheveled man stopped and said, "You're a little greedy. Cut the crap." The middle-aged man walked over and said, "Since you're in the wrong, quickly compensate." Boom. Suddenly, his body shook violently and his head tilted forward. The anger in his eyes was quickly replaced by dullness. The disheveled man stood in front of the middle-aged man. His right hand had already pierced through the man's chest. Then he leaned toward the man's ear and whispered, "Go to hell and ask for money." Poochie. He pulled out his bloody hand and turned to leave, ignoring the falling body. However, he looked at Jun Changshao and said, "You're quite fast." "It's all right." Go Xing shrugged. He and rows of flowers were standing behind the middle-aged man. The moment the other party attacked, they formed a barrier to protect themselves and avoid being splashed with blood. "If you're a contestant, I'd like to fight with you." The disheveled man had already walked away when he spoke. Jun Changshao frowned. This guy was a little unusual for him to go from admitting defeat to decisively killing him. "Husband." Rows of Flowers said solemnly, the killing intent that this person released when he attacked just now was too terrifying. Yes. Killing intent could only be cultivated in endless killing. This meant that the disheveled man had experienced many life and death battles. This guy is very dangerous. Jun Changshao had seen the granddaughter of the ruins of End Sword Sage and the eldest disciple of the Daoyuan sect, but this was his only evaluation. Swish. Swish. At this moment, several streams of light flew over from afar and stopped the disheveled man. The leading old man shouted, "There are clear rules in the city that forbid fighting. Not only did you violate the rules, but you also killed someone. This is unforgivable." As expected, the law enforcement hall has been alerted. They'll definitely come out now that someone has died. There's going to be a good show. The passers-by discussed in low voices. The disheveled man calmly took out an item. It was a token with complicated patterns carved on it, as if hundreds of ghosts were dancing. The law enforcement hall experts saw this and had a trace of fear in their eyes. The leader even hurriedly stepped aside and ordered, "Quickly clean up the corpse." Yes. The subordinates started to get busy. The disheveled man walked straight, and the warriors on the road all avoided him like a flock of frightened birds. "His identity is not simple," Jun Changshao said. The law enforcement hall experts came aggressively but were discouraged when they saw the token. This person was not only dangerous, but he probably had a very strong background. Tisk, tisk. Gu Tianqing said, "I didn't expect the adopted son of the Sky Devil Emperor to also participate in this universe's sacred war." The adopted son of the Sky Devil Emperor. Jun Changxiao's expression immediately became serious. Gu Tianqing said, "Rumor has it that the Sky Devil Emperor has 81 adopted sons, and each of them is a rare genius." Jun Changxiao was speechless. Is this guy crazy? Why did he take in so many adopted sons? "I think," the system roared, "what you should be most concerned about is when Lord Gu came." Chapter 1804. After returning to the inn, Jun Changxiao kept thinking about the scene earlier, about the man with the fluffy hair. A core disciple could also kill an upper-level truth-seeking realm expert, but the decisiveness and viciousness of the attack definitely couldn't compare. Couldn't Yi Xingqian do it? It wasn't that he couldn't, but it couldn't compare to the killing intent that erupted. To be exact, although Night Emperor was ruthless enough, the aura he revealed was more angry than killing intent, except when he faced Empress Ling Yao back then. The fluffy hair man was different. Jun Changxiao clearly felt that the moment the other party attacked, the killing intent that erupted was extremely strong. If he had to describe it, it was like, a beast that had been locked in a cage for too long suddenly jumped out to bite someone. It's not hard to imagine. The system said seriously, this person must have experienced a lot of life and death situations, otherwise it would be impossible for him to have such a strong killing intent. So. Jun Changxiao said solemnly, "I'm a little worried that I'll meet him." Since you've signed up and want to win the championship, this is unavoidable, the system said. Jun Changshao said, I thought that I could easily win the universe holy war, but now it seems that it's not that simple. Phew. He rubbed his face and said, why did I suddenly lose confidence? Uncle. Jun Changshao came to Gu Tianqing's room and said, can you tell me about the Sky Devil Emperor? The Xianyuan realm was destroyed by the Sky Devil Emperor. Since he had made a promise to Gu Xianyuan, he definitely wanted to know more about this person and his 81 adopted sons. He had no children, so he took in adopted sons. It was the most normal thing, but it was a bit exaggerated to take in so many. I don't know much about the Sky Devil Emperor. Gu Tianqing said, rumor has it that this person is extremely ambitious and wants to dominate the entire upper universe. Will the major planes agree? Jun Changshao said. Of course not. Gu Tianqing said, in recent years, the top planes of the various elements have been working together to resist. Working together? Jun Changshao was stunned. Is the Sky Devil Emperor very strong? I've heard that in the entire upper universe, there isn't a single plane that can fight against the Celestial Demon Emperor alone. Even the once glorious Xianyuan realm was destroyed. Even Gu Xianyuan, who reigned supreme throughout the ages, was killed. When Gu Tianqing mentioned Gu Xianyuan, a look of reverence appeared in his eyes. In terms of age and seniority, he was a junior while Gu Xianyuan was a senior. He had heard all kinds of legends about Gu Xianyuan, but he had never had the chance to meet him. Why did he take in so many foster sons? Jun Changshao asked. Because. Gu Tianqing said, raising wolves. Raising wolves? Jun Changshao was at a loss. Gu Tianqing explained, every year, the Celestial Demonic Emperor will search for children with outstanding aptitude who have no parents in the upper universe. Then, he will gather them in one plane and raise them. It's called the Wolf Raising Plan. Whoever survives in the end will be adopted as his adopted son. Survive? Jun Changshao asked, what do you mean? Thousands of children are locked in a sealed plane. They have to snatch food and resources in order to survive. They don't even hesitate to kill each other until the last one is left. Damn! Jun Changshao cursed angrily, that's too damn cruel. Children should have enjoyed a beautiful childhood, but in the end, they had to kill each other in order to survive. How inhumane! So. Gu Tianqing said, the Celestial Demonic Emperor is a demon who combines ambition and evil. It's just that he's too powerful. No one in the upper universe can do anything to him. Jun Changshao's eyes turned cold and sharp. If he didn't get rid of such a thoroughly evil villain, how could he have the face to be the protagonist of justice? Of course. Go Sheng was still very calm. The major planes in the upper universe had to join forces to contend against him. He definitely couldn't do it alone. He could only develop wretchedly for the time being. When the time was right, he would arm wrestle with him. No wonder that guy has such a terrifying murderous intent when he kills people. Jun Changshao came to a realization. It turns out that he has been through killing since he was young. Gu Tianqing said, every wolf raised by the Celestial Demonic Emperor is very brutal. Heh. Jun Changshao sneered and said, aren't you afraid of being raised as ingrates? Wolves were wild and greedy. If they were raised as pets, who knew when they would suddenly bite back? No. Gu Tianqing said, the Celestial Demonic Emperor is very cautious. Without absolute control, he won't play with fire. That's because he didn't touch me. Jun Changshao sat down and took a sip of tea. As long as you dance well, there's no corner that you can't poach. Who knows, I might even poach all the wolves they raised. Kid. Gu Tianqing said in a deep voice, if you want to live for another 2 years, you'd better not provoke the Celestial Demonic Emperor. Jun Changshao scratched his head and said with a smile, I was just saying. In the inn next door. Ling Li booked a room and checked in. Because what happened on the street had already spread in the city, many martial artists gathered in the cafeteria on the first floor and were discussing in low voices. The one who just came in is the adopted son of the celestial demonic emperor. Damn, which son is he? Who knows? When everyone was discussing, there was fear in their eyes. Even a powerhouse like Gu Tianqing was warning Jun Changshao not to provoke the celestial demonic emperor. Naturally, the passers-by were also very afraid of people related to him. Ling Li lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. The long journey to the upper elemental realm made him a little tired, so he decided to rest, but his eyes were always open. This was a habit. Whether it was day or night, he would sleep with his eyes open. Some people would ask, won't the eyes dry? No, this was not a question of doing it or not. This was a manifestation of absolute vigilance. At most, it would increase the risk of cataracts over time. More and more powerhouses and contestants entered the main city, and the solemn atmosphere before the competition became more and more intense. A few days later, a gun salute sounded in the city, and the galactic competition began. As usual, early in the morning, Jun Changshao put on a mink coat and sunglasses, carried a stereo, and went to the venue. Then, he sat on the spectator stand and naturally propped his legs on the platform. All the big shots present were speechless. This young man who came in with Gu Tianqing was really asking for a beating. At the venue of the competition, spectators came in one after another, and there was no lack of people in the same clothes. They were probably there to cheer for their own contestants. As for the disciples of the sect of all times, they were led by the officials to the contestants' area and waited to enter. Phew! Li Tian took a deep breath. After going through the preliminaries, he was much more accustomed to it and was not too nervous. Contestants, please enter, the person in charge said loudly. Let's go. Lu Qianshan took the lead and walked toward the aisle that seemed to lead to the light. Li Qingyang and the others followed closely behind. Young master, you can do it. Senior brother is mighty. The contestants entered the venue one after another, and there were shouts and screams from the spectator stand. The scene was a little out of control. Very soon, thousands of geniuses gathered. There were as many planes in a galaxy as there were stars in the sky, and they all sent out 50 people, so the scale of the competition was naturally large. TSK. Jun Changshao said, they're all very strong. This is nothing. Gu Tianqing said, on the day of the finals, all the contestants who are qualified to enter the venue are all geniuses of their galaxy. Jun Changshao nodded in agreement. He looked at the area in the north where there were relatively fewer people and said, why isn't Zhaoxi there? He's in the seated area. Gu Tianqing said, he can be guaranteed a place in the top 500. Jun Changshao turned his head and said enviously, having such a strong father can really make people struggle less for most of their lives. Chapter 1805. Gu Tianqing was considered a celebrity in the Blue Cloud department, so his son, Gu Zhaoxi, did not need to participate in the preliminaries and directly advanced. He was even guaranteed to enter the top 500 as a seeded contestant. This made Jun Changshao very envious. As expected. With such a good father, his starting line was further than others. I will work hard to become the strongest in the universe and then let my son participate in the sacred war and directly enter the finals. Jun Changshao secretly said. He. The system laughed. Gu Zhaoxi was not the only one in the seated area. Jian Xiaohong, Nangong Qingxian, and the others were also there. Although they relied on their identity and background to enter, it was undeniable that they were all the top geniuses in the Blue Cloud department. Uncle. Jun Changshao looked at the disheveled man standing in the venue like a lone wolf and said, he is the adopted son of the Sky Devil Emperor. Why didn't he enter the seated area? Because he is not a native of the Blue Cloud department. Gu Tianqing explained. Oh. Jun Changshao responded. Contestants, please come up to the stage and draw your tokens. The person in charge said loudly. Unlike the preliminaries, the galaxy's main competition used a lottery system. Babies. Jun Changshao said, don't draw one of our own. According to the rules of the main competition, only the top 10 contestants could obtain the entry ticket to the Sacred War. If they wanted to complete the epic mission or even exceed the quota, they had to let more disciples enter the top 10. If they drew one of their own to fight in a civil war, it was equivalent to losing a chance. In the center of the venue, the contestants successively drew tokens from the boxes arranged in layers of arrays. Perhaps because of Jun Changshao's prayer, Li Qingyang and the others were not matched with their fellow disciples after drawing lots, successfully avoiding a civil war at the beginning. It was not that the author deliberately arranged it. After all, with thousands of participants participating in the competition, the probability of drawing one of their own was too low. The Universe Sacred War, Blue Cloud Department's main competition, begins now. The person in charge said loudly, He Wudi with the number 1 token and Li Tianjue with the number 2 token, come to the first stage. He Wudi walked up with a speechless expression. In the preliminaries, they were the first to go on stage, and in the main competition, they were the first to go on stage. He clearly wanted to keep a low profile, but things always went against his wishes. Brat. On the spectator stand, Gu Tianqing said, This Li Tianjue is quite strong. I'm afraid your disciple will be eliminated. Impossible. Jun Changshao said confidently, Wudi is very strong. Uncle Gu did not know the depth of He Wudi's abilities, but as a patriarch, he knew very well that if he were to get serious, he would definitely be invincible in this competition for young people. Most importantly, don't act as me. Ta. He Wudi stopped on the stage. Because he was the first contestant to fight, he naturally became the center of attention. Boom. At this moment, the number 2 holder, Li Tianjue, landed on the opposite side like a cannonball. He was wearing armor and carrying a heavy sword on his back. Even though each of his fingers was wearing a priceless treasure ring that increased his attributes, Li Tianjue still couldn't move. In gaming terms, it was equivalent to a 6-piece set of godly equipment. On the contrary, He Wudi was wearing a school uniform. Although the style was different, it was a little too plain. Who will win? Is there a need to guess? It will definitely be number 2. The audience discussed in private. Because He Wudi did not release too strong of an aura, everyone subconsciously believed that Li Tianjue, who was fully equipped, would win. Hey! Li Tianjue said, Show me your weapon. Sorry. He Wudi shook his head and said, I prefer to use my fists. Heh. Li Tianjue said, a little arrogant. He Wudi was not arrogant, but his exclusive weapon was a door. If he took it out in this kind of situation, he would definitely be laughed at. All right. Li Tianjue took the heavy sword from his back. His eyes flashed with battle intent and said, Since you don't use your weapon, don't blame me for using my weapon to bully you. Match, begin. At this moment, the referee shouted. Whoosh! Li Tianjue did not want to waste time. Before the referee finished speaking, he rushed over. His heavy sword moved close to the ground and then suddenly slashed into the air. Scorching sun slash. Whoosh whoosh. A wave of sword chi that was full of heavy power burst out. What should I do? Should I continue to keep a low profile, or, just as the sword aura was about to arrive, He Wudi took the time to glance at Patriarch and found that he was smiling at him. He immediately made a choice. Ta! He took a step forward and punched with his right fist. His movement was not fast or slow, and his strength was not strong or weak. Then, when it came into contact with the sword aura, it instantly broke it violently. Fuck! Gu Tianqing was so shocked that he almost stood up. The disciple of the sect of all times who had fought his way into the main competition actually broke the sword aura with a punch. "Uncle," Jun Changshao said, "calm down." Boom. At this moment, another explosion came from the first arena. Li Tianjue, who was fully equipped, staggered back and then fell outside the arena. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He Wudi retracted his palm and cupped his hands. "Thank you for letting me win." The spectator stands fell into silence. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Everyone thought that Li Tianjue would win, but he was instantly defeated by someone they did not think highly of. How is this possible? Gu Tianqing had already stood up. The shock in his heart was especially strong. Was Li Tianjue weak? Not weak, but very strong. In the end, he was defeated by He Wudi with a single palm. This made him feel like he was dreaming. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head. This disciple of mine is usually too low-key. It's rare for him to be so high-profile today. Uncle Gu's jaw almost fell off. Fuck. Su Xiaoma, who was waiting to enter the arena, said in surprise, "Junior brother He, why are you so serious?" Not only Gu Tianqing, but the other disciples of the sect of all times were also used to the low-key He Wudi. They were all surprised when he suddenly defeated his opponent. This is troublesome. Yi Xingchen's gaze was solemn. To him, if he wanted to win the main competition, the biggest threat was not the participants, but the serious He Wudi. This person is quite strong. The geniuses in the seated area all looked over. As the first to enter the arena and quickly defeating his opponent, He Wudi successfully attracted their attention. Since it's a competition, you should enjoy the process of the competition. Why do you have to defeat him instantly? Jian Xiaohong put her hands on the stage and pouted. Miss Jian. Nangong Qingxian said, if you are stronger than your opponent, ending the competition as soon as possible is also a form of respect. TCH Sun Xiaohong snorted, I'm talking to myself. Why are you interrupting? Nangong Qingxian smiled politely. Everyone said that the granddaughter of the ruins of En Sword Saint had a strange temper. Today, he saw that the rumors were true. After winning, He Wudi walked down the stage. His heart was in pain because he had defeated a strong opponent in front of everyone. It went against his original intention of being low-key. No. I must restrain myself in the next round. He Wudi was not used to being the center of attention, so he planned to act again. Boom. Boom. The other stages began to compete one after another. Those who participated in the main competition were all top geniuses, so the fighting scenes were particularly exciting. The audience even stood up and applauded when the fight was intense. Li Tian, holding number 86, and Ling Li, holding number 87, come on stage. Who? Li Tian took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage. In the spectator area, Jun Changshao frowned because his disciple's opponent was the fluffy-haired man who had defeated the scammer yesterday. Chapter 1806. Many top geniuses were here for the interstellar tournament. However, in Jun Changshao's view, the most threatening person to his disciple was none other than the disheveled man named Ling Li. The reason was simple. This was a wolf that had survived a cruel environment. Especially when he killed the blackmailer with one punch yesterday, his eyes were filled with killing intent and brutality. Ta! Ling Li walked onto the stage. At this moment, no matter how one looked at him, he gave off a very ordinary feeling. The more ordinary it was, the more Jun Changshao was worried. Kid. Gu Tianqing said solemnly, be mentally prepared. Although Li Tian had defeated Chu Wanga in the qualifiers and proved himself, his opponent this time was the foster son of the celestial devil emperor. Unless, his opponent was Li Qingyang or Yi Xingchen. Sorry for the trouble. He Wudi frowned. Li Tian seemed to realize that his opponent was a bit strong, and his originally nervous mood calmed down. Tianxing. Jun Changshao said telepathically, if you can't beat him, you can surrender. Li Tian wanted to cry. The patriarch had lost hope in him before the match even started. It wasn't that Jun Changshao didn't have hope, but he didn't want his disciple to be hurt because this Ling Li was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Who knew if he would suddenly become violent? It was just a match. If he lost, there were other disciples. There was no need to fight a wolf head-on. However, Li Tian didn't think so. Since he was representing the sect of all times, even if he lost, he would lose with dignity. Surrender? No way. Swish. Li Tian straightened his body and said, Sect of all times disciple, Li Tian, please enlighten me. This guy is really going to fight head-on? Jun Changshao originally wanted to continue to dissuade him, but he immediately dismissed the idea after feeling the unyielding momentum. This was his disciple's decision. How could he interfere? Junior brother. Su Xianhua cheered for Li Tian in his heart, you can do it. Ling Li did not speak from the beginning to the end. There was no emotion in his eyes. He stood there like a wooden stake. Battle, begin. Swish. Just as the referee shouted, Ling Li suddenly appeared in front of Gu Tianxing. His right hand gathered a powerful energy that pierced through the air and blasted towards Li Tianxing. His speed was so fast that it shocked Gu Tianxing. Not good. Jun Changshao frowned. Boom! All of a sudden, the sound of an explosion rang out in the arena, bringing with it surging waves of air. Buzz. Buzz. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out layer by layer. Fuck. Such a big commotion. The audience was dumbfounded. Woody's performance just now was already very fierce, but compared to his fierce attack, there was still a big gap. From this, it could be seen that he had to win the competition. Who? On the arena, the airwaves were gradually blown away by the wind. Li Tian stood at the edge, one hand clutching his chest, a pained expression on his face. He didn't fall. Ling Li was a little surprised. Li Tian rubbed his chest, took a few steps forward, and said, I'm not that weak. Is that so? A smile appeared on the corner of Ling Li's mouth. Jun Changxiao's frown deepened. At that moment, he seemed to see this guy slowly taking off his sheepskin, planning to transform into a brutal wolf. Swish. Suddenly, Ling Li disappeared. When Jun Changxiao's mind followed, the other party appeared in front of Li Tian again and attacked his waist with his elbow. Fast, ruthless, and accurate. Boom! Li Tian could not keep up with the other party's speed at all. He was hit again and staggered backward. Swish. Ling Li suddenly attacked his face again. Boom. Boom. In an instant, dense fingerprints exploded on the arena. Because Li Tian was in an unbalanced state, he could not dodge in time and could only be hit while retreating. Junior brother. Su Xianhua clenched his fists. Yi Xingchen sat down and clasped his hands together. Anger gradually gathered in his eyes. He could see that Ling Li was deliberately chasing after Li Tian, and the angle of attack was relatively outside. He did not intend to blast Li Tian out of the arena. It was a game of cat and mouse. Boom! Thump, thump, thump. After a series of crazy attacks, Li Tian retreated dozens of steps. When he stabilized his body with difficulty, he could not suppress the restless blood and suddenly vomited. Kid. Gu Tianxing said, let him forfeit. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. The other party seemed to be deliberately playing with him. The wise choice was to jump off the arena. God has his own choice, Jun Changshao said seriously. He also hoped that Li Tian would forfeit, but in such a big arena, with so many people watching, that guy would not admit defeat so easily. Strong. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Li Tian grinned. The observant audience noticed that although this guy was being chased and attacked from the beginning, his knees did not bend. You can admit defeat and jump off the stage, Ling Li said. His words were flat and emotionless, but it gave people a feeling of arrogance. The anger in Yi Xingqian's eyes intensified. Kid. Don't meet me. If Ling Li had beaten up someone else, no matter how arrogant he was, Yi Xingqian would not have cared. However, the one who was beaten up was a fellow disciple of the same sect. This was something that he could not tolerate. I will only lose. I will not admit defeat. Li Tian took a deep breath and suppressed the pain in his body. He raised his head and puffed out his chest again. At that moment, his unyielding aura infected the audience. All right. Ling Li said, as you wish. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Because Li Tian was unable to catch his opponent's movements, he was beaten up the entire time. One moment, he was beaten from left to right, and the next moment, he was sent flying from bottom to top. This was the first time a disciple of the sect of all times had been crushed so miserably. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaomo, and the others could only watch helplessly from below the stage as their fellow disciple was beaten up. They could only clench their fists and feel helpless. Huff. Huff. Yi Xingqian's breathing quickened. At this moment, he was still sitting on the ground with his fingers tightly clenched. However, the anger in his eyes was so strong that it almost ignited his hair. Boom. Li Tian was hit again. He retreated until he finally stabilized himself at the edge of the stage. He spat out another mouthful of blood. His meridians were seriously damaged. He was already at the end of his rope. Man. Too tenacious. The audience looked at him with admiration. After being beaten up for so long, he was still able to stand. He deserved everyone's respect. Sect. Patriarch. Li Tian slowly raised his head. His face was beaten so badly that he could not bear to look at it. He said, I'm sorry. I really can't take it anymore, plop. His body fell straight to the ground. The referee hurried over. After a brief observation, he said, 10, 9, 8, every countdown was like a sharp knife stabbing into Li Tian's heart. He wanted to stand up, but his injuries did not allow him to do so. He could only look up at the sky as tears flowed uncontrollably. Me. Li Tian. The disgrace of the sect of all times. 1. After the referee finished counting down, he immediately announced, the winner is Ling Li. Damn it. Yi Xingqian stood up. If the rage points were displayed at the top of his head, it would definitely be full. In fact, it might even explode. Senior Yi. Just as Yi Xingqian was about to charge onto the stage, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Then, he saw He Wudi walk in front of him and say with a cold gaze, leave him to me. Very good. Jun Changshao said, Wudi is going to be serious. If not for Gu Tianqing, if not for the fact that there were so many people around, he would probably have stood up and put one foot on the stage, roaring crazily, Wudi, beat this little wolf to death for me. Chapter 1807. Why did Li Tianxian say that he was the disgrace of the sect of all times? Because he knew that his fellow sect members had never lost a major competition like this. Yes. The sect tournament at the beginning, and the battle of dragons and tigers at the end. As long as there were disciples of the sect of all times participating in the tournament, not to mention being eliminated, even the champion would not fall into the hands of others. Today, Li Tianxian lost. He ended the undefeated record of his seniors and juniors. Thus, the moment he fell, he cried. He cried so hard that his heart and lungs were torn apart. Although he was not a core disciple of the sect of all times, Li Tianxian's sense of belonging was not weaker than anyone else's. It was because he valued it too much that he could not accept his defeat and the fact that he had shamed the sect of all times. That was why he cried in front of everyone. Did anyone laugh at him? No. The passers-by only admired him more. Because from the beginning of the battle until he fell to the ground due to exhaustion, his legs were straight. June Patriarch. Gu Tianxing gave him a thumbs up. Your disciple has backbone. His face was almost swollen from predicting the outcome of the sect of all times competition. Only this time he guessed correctly, but he did not feel any joy. Instead, he felt deep respect for Li Tianxian. As long as one was not blind, anyone could see that Ling Li was very strong. He could have ended the battle quickly, but he fought for an hour until his opponent was exhausted. Just like the comments left by the readers in the previous chapter, if you don't surrender, you won't allow him to fight? Fine. No problem. But the problem was that he was deliberately toying with him. Ling Li had defeated Li Tianxian in one move. Although the disciples of the sect of all times would be unhappy, they were not as skilled as him. At most, they would fight with all their strength and avenge their fellow sect members. But in reality, they were furious that he had been beaten for an hour in front of everyone and deliberately did not leave the stage. Especially Yi Xingqian, he could not tolerate it. The author was afraid that he would be seen as biased, so he explained so much and took the opportunity to make things worse. But Knight Emperor, who pursued revenge, was not so worried. When he saw his fellow sect member being beaten, he had to beat him back. Reason. This emperor is happy to do so. It didn't matter whether Knight Emperor was happy or not, because He Wudi wasn't happy either. He had been thinking about whether he should keep a low profile in the next round of the competition, but now he had completely dispelled that idea. He even wanted to fly high into the sky, tear apart his school uniform, and roar, "I'm not human anymore." As if realizing that he was being stared at by many angry eyes, Ling Li turned around and looked at the disciples of the sect of all times. He spread out his hands indifferently and said, he wanted to lose fair and square. Is it wrong for me to fulfill his wish? Yi Xingqian was furious. These words sounded as calm as water, but they were absolutely arrogant to the extreme. There is more. Ling Li looked at all the contestants present, touched his nose, and said, you can only fight for second place in this galactic competition because. A sinister smile appeared on his face. First place is mine. That smile, that voice. It was as if a sheep had suddenly turned into a wild wolf. Jun Changxiao was not surprised, because he knew that this person was not a good person after witnessing him kill the scammer. Too arrogant. Ling Li's words angered everyone. Hee hee. The top geniuses in the seated area laughed. My grandfather said that young people can be arrogant, but they can't be too arrogant, Jian Xiaohong said indifferently. Otherwise, when you die, no one will collect your corpse. No. Ling Li walked down from the arena and said, you should know about my adoptive father's plan to raise a wolf. You should also understand that the only thing I can do now is collect other people's corpses. At that moment, his eyes and words revealed an extremely strong killing intent. Jian Xiaohong was silent. To be precise, after feeling the killing intent, she smelled danger. This wolf. Gu Tianxing said, very cruel. Clap. 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 At that moment, applause came from the side. Everyone looked over and saw Jun Changxiao standing up while clapping. He said, you dare to say such arrogant words in front of all the geniuses of the Ashen Cloud faculty. In terms of pretentiousness, I'm not as good as you. Don't misunderstand. I'm not pretentious. Ling Li pointed at Li Tiantian, who was lying on the ground, and said with a smile, I rely on my strength. Jun Changxiao's face darkened. He sat down again, then lowered his head and said, "Did you all hear that?" "Yes." Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others shouted. "What should we do next?" Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, all the disciples of the sect of all times in the venue unleashed their cultivation and roared angrily, "Defeat him. Completely destroy him. Fuck." The audience widened their eyes. These disciples of the sect of all times were quite docile just now. Why did they suddenly become so violent? Especially the guy with a long face. His killing intent and anger coexisted. He was simply like a demon that walked out of hell. They were angry. The sect of all times was angry. Stomp. Jun Changshao stood up again. With one foot on the stage, he pointed at the arrogant Ling Li and roared, "You must crawl out of today's competition." "I, Jun Changshao, said it." Lu Qianxian, Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingqian, and He Wudi all looked over. Because they were all in their respective battle zones, they just happened to be surrounded. Ling Li was a wolf. Then, the few core disciples present were lions. The geniuses of the Zhangyan faculty were also provoked. However, under the powerful aura of the sect of all times, they were reduced to little transparent. These people. Nangong Qingxian said, "They're not simple." Jian Xiaohong swept her gaze across the disciples of the sect of all times one by one. Her gaze finally landed on Zhou Hong. She said with interest, "Grandfather is right. There are countless geniuses in this world. The competition continues. The next round of contestants, please come on stage." The organizer said loudly. Swoosh. Su Xiaoma flew to the stage first and carried the heavily injured Li Tian down. The latter cried even more miserably and said, "Senior. Senior brother. I've let down the patriarch, let down the sect. Victory and defeat are common in war." Su Xiaoma comforted, "The patriarch and your fellow sect members won't blame you." "Woo-woo," Li Tian wailed loudly. It could be seen that losing to Ling Li and breaking the sect of all times winning streak was a heavy blow to him. Whether or not he could walk out of the self-blame needed to be written separately. "Junior brother." Su Xiaoma comforted, "You have to be able to let go. It's not a life and death battle. Why care about winning or losing?" It was undeniable that this guy had a big mouth. However, he was still concerned about his fellow sect members. Even if he won the competition, he immediately came over to comfort him. It was very good to heal Li Tiantian's wounded heart. The competition was still ongoing. Lu Qianxian, Li Qingyang, and the others went on stage one after another. Because Li Tian was brutally beaten up, they no longer hid and wanted to end the battle quickly. They only hoped to enter the next round faster and draw that arrogant Ling Li, "Junior brother, people can't be too calculative about winning or losing. Junior brother, look at me. I've been beaten to death by Junior brother Yi every day. Aren't I still very happy? Junior brother, second round, number 1 Su Xiaoma, number 2 Ling Li, please come on stage." Hearing his name, Su Xiaoma flipped over the number he got in the second round and realized that he was holding number 1. He angrily stood up and said, "Junior brother, senior brother will take revenge for you." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.